What's up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Friday to all of you. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios. Appreciate you making us a part of your start. If you are already up and at it on this Friday the 13th, whether you are listening to us on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Google and Alexa home devices. You've got the app. Download it. Take it on the go. You've got the video stream on YouTube. Also up and rolling multiple different ways for you to be tuning in. Got that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line where you can hit us up with some texts and messages, 715-830-1912. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Well, Badgers survive in advance, right? It looked kind of beginning yesterday, kind of okay, maybe comfortable win, but then Washington making it close at the end. So Wisconsin survives and will take on Illinois today. So now we get into the meats and the bones of this Big Ten conference tournament, right? We get some really good matchups. We've got Ohio State taking on Michigan, and then it'll be Wisconsin, Illinois, Purdue versus Nebraska, and UCLA versus Michigan State. So first up will be Ohio State and Iowa. 25 minutes after that will be Wisconsin and Washington. Has it labeled around 1:30, but again, depending on how the first game goes. So you've got, and then, where are we at here? Yeah, and then Purdue versus Nebraska, that's going to be at 5:30, and then UCLA versus Michigan State. So we'll talk some college hoops as we get set for Selection Sunday coming up this weekend, which you're probably going to be stuck indoors on Sunday, so you might as well watch some hoops and such and start to fill out some brackets when they get released on Sunday. Don't forget, you can head to sportstalk1051.com, click on that Fan Cave tab, and scroll all the way down to the bottom and get and sign up, pre-sign up right now. But if you want to wait till Sunday, well, that's the same location where you can go and do that. So plenty of hoops chats. Speaking of which, too, just a note on the high school level. We've got last night, or yesterday, I should say, the girls' state basketball tournament began. Kind of in our immediate area, Neelsville picking up a win. So they advance. Also, today, Oliva Strum's going to be tipping off here in just a couple hours, 9:05. So, and then Rice Lake tips off at 1:35. So best of luck to all the girls' teams that are still in it and advancing as well. So, but we'll do some more local sports roundup with Mr. Brandon Berg. Also, I should know Wisconsin Dells picked up a win last night against Kettle Moraine too. So just kind of on the outside of our listeners. But I guess, I mean, we're online and such, kind of a little worldwide, right? So, but the boys' side of things, we still have quite a few local teams alive, and they are just one win away from advancing. Those are teams that include Menominee, West Salem, St. Croix Central, GET, Clear Lake, Eau Claire Regis, Turtle Lake, Prentice, and Assumption, just to name a few. But we'll go through it all with Mr. Brandon Berg, for our local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So that's coming up a little bit later on. Staying with hoops, Bucks lose again. I mean, what do you do? What do you do at this point? 112 to 105. Bucks dropping to 27-38 on the season. Next up, they take on the Hawks tomorrow afternoon at 2:00. So, and then they got the Pacers right away too on Sunday. So, but we'll throw some hoops chats in there. We're going to talk some baseball now that we are officially less than 2 weeks away from opening day. We got a little bit of an update on Quinn Priester from Pat Murphy yesterday. Is going to start the year on the injured list. And we're going to talk a little bit with Dr. Crow about this in under an hour from now for our Inside the Training Room, brought to you by Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. But Pat Murphy's saying his wrist discomfort is related to thoracic outlet syndrome. Reading a little bit about it, and again, we'll get the experts' thoughts on this coming up here in just a little bit, but on Brewers.com, Adam McCulvey notes it's a scary-sounding diagnosis considering that thoracic outlet syndrome occurs when the nerves and the blood vessels in the lower part of the neck are compressed, resulting in pain, weakness, fatigue, numbness, or tingling in the arm or hand. Zach Wheeler required decompression surgery for this last September to remove a blood clot near his right shoulder, along with his first rib. So they are hoping that that Quinn Priester won't have surgery. They're hoping that they can avoid that, but they don't really know at this point. So, well, it's kind of, I think on one hand, it might be a little frustrating because they didn't know what it was at first. They thought, okay, overuse a little bit, just kind of shut it down in the offseason. It'll be fine when it begins. Now, hindsight's probably 2020. If he does need surgery eventually, I'm sure they'll be like, well, should have done it in the offseason. Then maybe he would be ready to go here for this season. But we'll kind of see how it plays out and such. But less than 2 weeks away till opening day. Might have an idea of who's going to make this roster. We're going to talk to, again, me and Brandon will kind of make some predictions and such with less than 2 weeks away of what that opening day roster is going to look like. So plenty of Brewers talk coming your way here this morning. NFL free agency-wise, Packers pretty quiet yesterday. But Nate Hobbs already found a team. Just saw this pop up this morning. He is signing, this was from late last night, but I just saw it this morning. He is signing with the San Francisco 49ers. So Hobbs joining the 49ers there. So, but we'll kind of go through the latest and greatest surrounding the NFL free agency wire, and then maybe kind of find some more Packers rumors and such. So that's coming your way. What else do we got on the dockets? We'll do some Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive. We got a little cream of the crop also coming your direction. So it's a busy Friday as we start to wrap up this week on a Friday the 13th. Let's get at it, shall we? Pitter patter. Let's get at her. All right. That's your game plan. We'll lead it off talking some Brewers baseball. We'll switch it up here a little. Oh, man. Excuse me. Ooh, choked up. We'll talk some Brewers baseball and some Badger basketball to open up this morning as we get set for their matchup against Illinois today. Latest in bracketology kind of updates. I mean, Wisconsin, no real big movement, if any at all, after just beating Washington yesterday. So, but we'll mix it up. We'll talk some hoops and we'll talk a little Brewers baseball. So let's take our first break, and then we've got the leadoff coming up right after these quick words. When it comes to glass, clarity matters, and at Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls, you will find expert craftsmanship and dependable service for your home, business, or vehicle. From custom shower doors and mirrors to window replacements and auto glass repair, they do it all, and they do it right. Whether you are upgrading your space or fixing a crack before it spreads, Post Glass and Mirror delivers quality that you can see. Local, experienced, and trusted. Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls, clear solutions built to last. All right, let's get things rocking and rolling this morning on our leadoff. Badger basketball picking up a win yesterday afternoon against Washington, although towards the end there, making it a little maybe too close to for comfort and such. But nonetheless, Wisconsin picking up an 85-82 victory, led by Mr. John Blackwell, who scored 34 points, was 6 of 12 from 3. Nick Boyd also helping out, 23 points, 5 of 6 from 3. There was no Nolan Winter in this game. So, and I mean, that was pretty much the score, and those were the only two players for the Badgers in double-figure scoring in the game yesterday. So they're going to need some more help outside of Blackwell and Boyd the deeper they get into this tournament against teams like, well, Illinois, and then, we'll see who they play after. Potentially could be Michigan. So, but no word yet on Nolan Winter if he's going to be able to go. It sounds like for sure Greg Gard said he is. I mean, they're really, really confident that Nolan Winter is going to be playing when it comes to the NCAAs. So he's dealing with an ankle injury right now. So, but so they're confident he's going to be able to go for the NCAAs. But do you just rest him to make sure he's ready to go for that? Do you try to get him in for this? I think right now it's probably going to be a case where they rest him and just get him set for the NCAAs coming up here. I guess, potentially a week from today or maybe a week from yesterday is when their first big game is going to be. So, but as we look at this Big Ten Conference tournament, we've got some sweet matchups. I think if you just are a college basketball fan and such, you're looking at some of these matchups now with Big Ten Conference. But, I mean, even with some of these other conference tournaments, the deeper we get into this thing, some of the sweet matchups, the awesome matchups, the fun matchups that we're going to be treated towards. So, I mean, Ohio State, Michigan, obviously, Wisconsin, Illinois. Looking at elsewhere, you've got Tennessee versus Vanderbilt. You've got, Purdue versus Nebraska, too. All these Big Ten matchups I think are going to be fun. But then you got Iowa State versus Arizona. That's two top 10 teams going at it today. I mean, you've got Kansas versus Houston, for crying out loud. So we've got some really, really fun matchups. If you got to be, you're not doing anything today and you're just hanging out and you just want to watch some hoops, it's kind of a nice prelude to what's going to be happening next week, next Thursday, next Friday, next Saturday, and Sunday. Got some sweet matchups coming up here. So I'm looking forward to just kind of watching some really awesome basketball games today and tonight. So should be a lot of fun here. But, looking at some of the latest bracketology, again, if we look at Joel and Artie's bracketology, nothing changing towards the top here. Duke, Michigan, Florida, Arizona, all as their top seeds. He does have Illinois dropping one spot to a 3 seed in his latest bracketology here. So, but other than that, some teams that were kind of maybe following along, or maybe some Big Ten. Yeah, he's got Illinois dropping down. He's got Iowa State moving up to a 2 seed. And Iowa State was a very popular team that was potentially matched up to go up against Wisconsin in the second round of this tournament. So Wisconsin still just hanging around as a 6 seed here in the majority of these predictions and such. And and Joel Lenardi's latest bracketology, again, who does he have Wisconsin going up against? A team that just lost their first game of the season yesterday, Miami of Ohio, in a 6-11 matchup. So, yeah. And if Wisconsin were to win that one, they would potentially face Alabama in a 6-3 matchup to go to the Sweet 16. I kind of, not to overlook Alabama or anything like that, but I kind of like that matchup, to be honest with you. I might, if that were the case, if that's the bracket that comes out on Sunday, I'll tell you what, I might pick Wisconsin to at least probably go to the Sweet 16. Because, again, if we just kind of use Lenardi's bracketology here, they would potentially face UConn then in the Sweet 16, which I don't know if they could get by them. But, hey, Marquette just beat them to end the regular season. So, otherwise, UConn potentially would face Miami in there too, and Miami's a 7th seed. So, that would be the Midwest region where Michigan is the top seed in this thing too. Michigan, UConn, man, that's a loaded top 2 teams there. Oof. Michigan, UConn, then you've got Alabama is the 3, Kansas is the 4, Tennessee is the 5, and then, of course, Wisconsin 6. You got a couple, and Iowa is also in this one too. So what is that, 3 Big Ten teams in this region? So, but I do wonder if Wisconsin potentially moves up to a 5 if they get the win today. If Illinois already dropped down a spot, and if they lose today, could they drop down to 4? Do they maybe not drop down at all? If you're looking at maybe some of the 5 seeds that might be vulnerable for maybe a Wisconsin to move up to a 5, I mean, possibly St. John's, but St. John's is in action today. Let me bring up the schedule here again for a little college hoops action. Maybe a St. John's team, because they play. Who does St. John's play today? St. John's has Seton Hall. So possibly, I mean, let's say Wisconsin beats Illinois today and St. John's loses to Seton Hall. Maybe there is a little bit of a flip-flop there. Otherwise, you've got Vanderbilt, as we mentioned, they're in action today. They're a 22-ranked team. They're going up against Tennessee. Let's say Tennessee wins. Vandy's a 5 seed. Maybe that's what flips Wisconsin and Vanderbilt around as well. So, yeah, I think there is a scenario if Wisconsin does beat Illinois today, and let's say a Vanderbilt or a St. John's loses their matchups today, then okay, I could see that path coming. Arkansas, they're also a 5 seed in this thing. And Arkansas, who are they going up against here again? They've got Oklahoma. So, okay. The other one, and we mentioned Tennessee's out there too. So, really, okay. If Wisconsin wins, just kind of looking at this, if Wisconsin wins, we're just using Lenardi's bracketology as the basis here. But if Wisconsin wins, you've got Tennessee and Vanderbilt, who are 2 5 seeds right now. One of those teams is going to lose today. I would think then there is that path because Tennessee is in that same region for Wisconsin. You would think that those 2 teams maybe would flip-flop at that point in time. But might be, picking at pins and needles and grasping at straws here a little bit, but just take care of your business today, Wisconsin, then we can figure it out after that, right? So, but tip time again for today's game for Wisconsin. It is scheduled at 1:30, but it's going to be 25 minutes after the conclusion of Ohio State, Michigan. So it's not necessarily going to be right at 1:30. So if you're just paying attention to the Big Ten games today, you got Ohio State, Michigan starting things off at 11, then Wisconsin and Illinois. After that, 5:30 will be Purdue versus Nebraska. That should be a fun one too. Purdue probably looking for, another, I guess, a signature win to add to the resume maybe after falling to Wisconsin to close the regular season here. Then you got UCLA versus Michigan State after that. So, all right, don't forget again, you can pre-register, pre-sign up for our bracket challenge. That's right up on our website, sportstalk1051.com. Just click on that Fan Cave tab and scroll all the way down to the bottom. I'd like to get triple digits. Even if you're not a big college basketball fan, go have some fun with the rest of us, all right? Go pick some games. Have some fun. It's not a science. You don't really, you probably need to know a little bit about college basketball, but I mean, they make it easy with bracket challenges, right? Got the seeds and all that. Heck, a lot of people win these things without even knowing a darn thing about college basketball. So go have some fun with the rest of us. Just because you don't watch college basketball, go and hang out and have a little fun trash talk, and maybe you can beat some of the diehards and such. So, all right, we'll take a quick break, and let's talk some baseball coming up here. We've got Quinn Priester news, and it doesn't sound the greatest, but Pat Murphy also threw a couple. We're trying to figure out. He hasn't named an opening day starter. We'll tell you what he had to say about that, and he threw in a couple of other names as a potential in that starting rotation to begin the year. We'll tell you what he told the media yesterday. Coming up after this quick break. When it comes to quality meat, you don't guess. You go straight to the experts at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. You're not just buying meat, but you are buying experience. Hand-cut steaks, fresh ground beef, house-made brats and sausages, thick-cut chops done exactly the way you like them. This is your neighborhood butcher shop where quality comes first and service still matters. Planning a cookout, stocking up for the week, or looking for that perfect steak for dinner tonight? You can stop on into Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire and taste the difference that a real butcher makes. Mike's Star Market, fresh, local, and done right. Let's talk a little Brewers here in our third segment, I guess. Yeah, third segment here. But let's take a look at what Pat Murphy had to say a little bit to the media yesterday. We got an update on Quinn Priester, this nagging wrist injury that actually popped up towards the end of last season, and it's been kind of confusing the ball club and Priester and such of what exactly has been going on. And he met with a specialist down in Texas, and the specialist diagnosed the source of this injury as, according to Pat Murphy, in the thoracic outlet syndrome family. Pat Murphy also first time to confirm that Priester would open the regular season on the injured list. Now, the Brewers are hoping that he will not have to have surgery and to avoid it, because if he does have surgery, I mean, you're talking about potentially out maybe this whole season. So Brewers, they're hoping that his symptoms might not require surgery, Pat Murphy said, and can be addressed with treatment instead. Priester threw lightly off a mound on yesterday afternoon, and a more intense bullpen session is on the schedule for the 21st. So, but Murphy said there is some optimism that the treatment continues to offer relief. Murphy said, and we're going to ask the experts, Dr. Crow, about this coming up here in a little bit. He said, often thoracic outlet surgery requires surgery, but in this case, we're not there. We're feeling like there's a chance that he's going to come through this. So, obviously not the start to the season that we were hoping. We never want injuries to begin a season. Doesn't matter the position group, doesn't matter the pitcher or not. We don't want that, obviously. But it feels like, and I think a lot of us would agree, but it feels like the Brewers are in a much better position to handle injuries to their starting rotation this year, at the beginning of this year, than they were last year. I mean, we know the depth that they have with that group. A lot of youngsters, there's no question about it. And Priester, I mean, with the experience that he gained last year, was invaluable. And with him not in the starting rotation, it is going to make one of those youngsters maybe a little pressure on their shoulders right away, or thrown into the fire a little bit right away. But there's talent there. There's potential there. And those guys are going to be asked to perform maybe a little bit sooner. So, on the other hand, though, too, for Brandon Woodruff, there is some optimism about him being able to go or being ready at the beginning of the year. Now, it's not a for sure thing about opening day. If he's going to be the opening day starter, that's not out of the question yet. But again, it's the same talking point that the Brewers have been saying. It's not necessarily the main goal, and the Brewers have yet to announce who the opening day starter is. We're less than 2 weeks away, and Pat Murphy yesterday said, quote, "I'll give it to you as soon as I have it. Why hide that?" He says, he added some names. I think you got to look at Harrison. I think you got to look at Brandon Sproat as potential options in that starting rotation. So, but Murphy did say, it's not cemented, but he did say they are planning on Brandon Woodruff being available in the first turn of the rotation. Again, not necessarily the opening day starter, but they are planning on him being available in that first turn of the rotation. He's going to be throwing a simulated game today and just kind of continuing to progress that way. So, but I think to hear the comments that Brandon Woodruff is going to be in that first turn of the rotation, I think you got to be happy about that if you're a fan. Would it be cool for him to be the opening day starter given everything that has gone on through his recovery and his treatment? 100%. Absolutely. But if he starts one of those first few games of the season, you take that. You take that in a heartbeat. So it kind of feels like between Chad Patrick or The Miz is going to get that opening day start. And I almost wonder, it's just me, and this could just be me, I almost wonder if they go Patrick and maybe take a little bit off of the shoulders of The Miz, because we know The Miz gets pumped up, gets a little amped up, right? He's still young and such, but do they take away some of that nervous energy away from him and such? I could be overthinking that a little bit because, I mean, let's face it, though, too. Miz has pitched in some high situation games and high pressure games and highly anticipated games. So, I mean, he does have that experience too. So maybe that's the argument that you go out there and you say Miz gets the opening day start because, I mean, he has been in that spotlight. He's been there. So maybe that's where you give him the ball. But honestly, at this point, it's a nice ceremonial thing. But as a fan, and 162 games total, do you really care who? I don't mean to downplay or anything like that, but I mean, do you really care who the opening day starter is? Unless you're going to the game. If you're going to the game, you're probably like, dude, I want to see the best pitcher to start off the season. Then, okay, I get that. Obviously, if I'm going to the game, yeah, I want to see I'd like to see the Miz pitch or Brandon Woodruff pitch. Right? I think we're all kind of like that, just as a fan thing. But from a long-term standpoint, I just want the win, right? I just want the win. I want the W. Give me the win on opening day. Start the season off on a positive note, and you're still on pace to go 162-0. Brewers will be back on the radio today, though, so you're going to be able to listen in and check them out. 3 o'clock coverage begins today as they take on the Oakland Athletics. First pitch will be around 3:10. So I was checking out some of the writers who cover the Brewers and such, and just trying to find some more opening day roster predictions and such. And a lot of it is the same all across the board. Dominic Cottorino, who we have on every once in a while from Brewers Radio Network, he posted up his on WTMJ. Catchers, Contreras, Gary Sanchez. Infielders, Jake Bowers, David Hamilton, Joey Ortiz, Luis, Bryce Terang, and Andrew Vaughn. Outfielders, Chirio, Frelick, Mitchell, Blake Perkins, Christian Yelich. Starters, 5 predicted opening day rotation. This is where it was a little bit different than Adam McCulvey's. Mizorowski, Chad Patrick, Brandon Woodruff, Kyle Harrison, and he's got Brandon Sproat mixed in there too, whereas Ashby was listed as a starter in McCulvey's that we highlighted yesterday, but he's got Ashby listed as the reliever there. Grant Anderson, Ashby, D.L. Hall, Jared Koenig, Trevor McGill, Abner Uribe, Robin Zerpa. So I honestly feel like I feel like that's probably, if I were to make a prediction, a roster prediction, that's kind of where I'm at too. I'm going to ask Brandon what his thoughts are if that, but I mean, I look at that and I'm like, that just makes all the sense in the world. Maybe you throw an Ashby in there as a starter and then you carry another bullpen arm or a reliever in that, but chances are after opening day or after the opening series, it's going to be changed again. Call-ups, call-downs, there's a very good chance that opening day roster could be changed after a day, after one game, or after a couple games. Because there could be an injury, or maybe they want to bring up a fresher. Who knows, right? Who knows? Can't predict some of that stuff. So, staying with baseball, though, too, don't forget, World Baseball Classic. It's continuing, man. We've got games tonight. Korea versus Dominican Republic, 5:30, and then after that at 7, it's Team USA taking on Canada. And then we've got 2 more games in the quarterfinals coming your way tomorrow. The semifinals, if USA advances, they will play on Sunday night, 7 o'clock, against the winner between Korea and the Dominican Republic. So, and if they win the semifinals on Sunday, they will advance to the finals, which will be played on Tuesday. So, but that matchup is going to be tonight. So we'll see if Wisconsin, if Team USA. Maybe, I know Mark DeRosa and some of the players were kind of calling that loss to Team Italy maybe a nice little wake-up call for them and kind of keeps them a little bit more focused and in tune. It better. You don't get any more chances, and you can't count on Team Italy to save you or another team to kind of save you, keep you alive. So, but 2 more wins, and then you get to the World Baseball Classic final. So, all right, let's take another quick break as we start to wrap up the first quarter already this morning. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Hunting season will be here before you know it, and that preparation starts right now. At Tilden Gun, they know serious hunters don't wait until opening day to get ready. Whether you are gearing up for the upcoming spring turkey season or planning ahead for fall, now is the time to make sure that your equipment is dialed in. From shotguns and rifles to optics, ammunition, and must-have accessories, Tilden Gun has the selection and the expertise to help you step into the woods with confidence. Maybe it's time to upgrade your setup. Maybe it's time to sight in that new optic, or maybe it's just stocking up so that you are not scrambling later. Turkey season demands precision, patience, and preparation. Stop on into Tilden Gun and talk with the people who understand the hunt, because you know what? They live it too. Tilden Gun, get ready now so that you are ready when it matters the most. So those, don't forget, extra turkey tags go on sale next week, depending on your zones and what's available and such. Head on over to that DNR website and check it out. So, NFL free agency stuff yesterday. Kind of just taking a look at within the division. Kyler Murray heading over to the Minnesota Vikings, signing a 1-year deal to join the Minnesota Vikings. I know head coach O'Connell said, it's not naming Kyler Murray as the starter and such. We know he's going to be the starter. We know it. All right, we're not fools. He's going to be the starter, and that to begin the year, at least to begin the year. We'll see how it kind of plays out after that. But a little bit more of a quiet day, I would say, right? A little bit more of a quiet day from the NFL free agency world and such. Obviously, from a Packers side of things, I mean, they made some things official yesterday and such, but other than that, not a whole lot going on. They've got some signings that are kind of going on right now at this point in time, but looking at some of the best available, right? Maybe a little surprising that Rasheed Walker hasn't signed yet. I would imagine that the market probably isn't what they expected for Rasheed Walker. I would imagine that, so maybe still trying to hold out and find that deal, but maybe not as big as they originally thought for Rasheed Walker. So I'm still a little surprised that he hasn't signed up with anybody at this point. But if we look at Greg Rosenthal's best available, Rasheed Walker is his best available right now. And he did note, too, he's probably league average as a starting left tackle. And if that's the case, maybe teams aren't willing to overpay for a league average starting left tackle. He's going to get signed, and he's going to be a starter somewhere. But maybe it's just that market hasn't played out like they thought, or like a lot of people kind of thought it was for Rasheed Walker. After that, I mean, you're looking at a Juwan Jennings, a Wyatt Teller, Calais Campbell, Joey Bosa, Kirk Cousins. I think now that Kyler Murray has signed up, the Kirk Cousins market might pop up a little bit more. So DJ Reader and such. But there's still some veterans. Now, I think we're going to get into the phase here, and this is maybe where Green Bay kind of comes more into play if they do decide to make some more moves here, is those 1 and 2 year deals with some of these veterans. You're probably not going to see a whole lot of long-term contracts with some of these guys that are still available out there. But, this might be the opportunity here for Green Bay if they want to continue with some 1-2 year type of deals. This is now the time, heading into this weekend, heading into next week. Those veterans, bringing them in on those short-term deals. So I don't know if Green Bay is quite done yet. Now, a lot I think is going to depend on, do they want to sign guys that potentially could take away from their comp picks for next year? Because we know that they're going to get a lot of comp picks, right? That's going to be a thing. And fairly decent comp picks, too. So if that's in play, they're probably then going to be looking at guys who were cut and then signing those type of players, because those type of players, if they were cut and then became free agents, they don't count towards the comp pick formula. But I don't know. I don't know what Goody's kind of thinking or his mindset is at this point in time. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they add a couple more veterans here on those 1-2 year type of deals. Probably more so in the 1 year deal category. But, all right. Just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. So, coming up next hour, we'll get back to some more Brewers talk, but we're going to kick it off catching up with our doc, Dr. Austin Croce of Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Definitely going to get his insight on the Quinn Priester wrist injury and situation. So we'll chat about that. We've got Brandon coming up after that. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with him. Latest and greatest in the high school basketball world. So we'll hit that up. We've got some cream of the crop. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk, baseball talk as well. Hoops, college basketball, Badgers surviving and advancing, picking up the win yesterday against Washington. Now setting up for a game against Illinois. So we'll hit that up coming up here in a little bit. We've got did I say cream of the crop already? I think I said cream of the crop already, but AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle too. That'll probably be let's shoot for the 8 o'clock hour for our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. So if you want to make some picks for cream of the crop, you can do so. Just hit us up with either a message on the Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can join Section 105 on the YouTube chats and give us your cream of the crop picks. So also just really quick, that is going to shut down this weekend. If you want to nominate a kiddo for our Backyard Dreams presented by Superior Auto Body, nominate a kiddo so we can send them to a Brewers-Dodgers game coming up in May. Got to do it by this weekend, okay? Again, just hit up that website, click on that Fan Cave tab, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you will have to, nominate a kiddo and kind of give us a little bit of like why you are nominating that kid, that youngster. So time is running out. So get to that website and nominate that child. So, yeah, got quite a few nominations already. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to select just one, but it should be cool. I mean, come on, get a chance. Maybe it's the first time. Maybe a kiddo's never been to a Brewers game before. Be not a bad one to go see Ohtani and the Dodgers for their first one. So, all right, wrap it up with Morgs. Good morning, Morgs. I'm doing well. How are you?
Would you say you're a movie guy? Like, I don't want... Yeah. Okay. Shows or movies? Like,
movies.
Let's talk genres. What sport has the best selection for movies? Because, like, baseball, you have League of Their Own.
Baseball is probably the best. I'd say boxing's next.
Because of Rocky?
Raging Bull. I mean,
what about golf? Because you got Adam Sandler's kind of quintessential Tin Cup, all that kind of stuff in there, too. Yeah.
Yep.
So, let's go every sport's best movie. Basketball.
Hoosiers.
Football.
I might be in the minority in this. I think the majority is going to say Remember the Titans, which is a great movie.
Okay, what about Rudy?
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
What about The Program?
No. I'm in the minority on that. I am not a fan of I like the movie The Program, but there's something that bothers me about The Program.
Spill it. Certainly not their use of Guns N' Roses, which is iconic.
It, to me, is if you are going to play a position like quarterback in this instance,
okay,
and you look like you don't know how to throw a football, it takes away.
So it's a casting issue more so than anything else.
And I'm sorry, but he looks like he can't throw a football hardly. So
okay, so you're out on the program.
I like the movie. I grip my teeth when I watch that. So.
Waterboy.
It's a fun movie.
Okay, so then what's the best football movie?
I have a special heart for Varsity Blues.
Okay.
I mean, James Vanderbeek can throw a pigskin.
Sounds like you got a little man crush on Vanderbeek.
No, it's just I think that was in my era.
Yeah, absolutely.
Foo Fighters,
I remember Varsity Blues. It felt like every small town in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Boyceville, Medford.
Any Given Sunday is also a classic.
That was what I was going to say next. Okay, baseball.
No, my opinion,
this is all opinion based.
Sandlot.
Oh, I would agree with you. I would have said Sandlot too.
Sandlot or Field of Dreams.
Yeah. All right, Benny, you win. What about Hockey.
Miracle.
Are you a Mighty Ducks guy or
Miracle?
Okay.
I like Mighty Ducks. I will say underrated, though, is Mystery Alaska.
I've never seen it. Okay. Golf. There's a lot in golf.
Yeah, I'm Tin Cup.
Okay, so that's your whole. Now, what about any outliers? Any movie that's sports related?
Rocky.
Of course. Fox. I should have known. That was a dumb question. Second to Rocky.
Creed. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, of course. That's dirty. That's in the Rocky family.
What would be another one out there?
Like, do you tend to enjoy and gravitate towards sports movies just because? Okay.
I will say, we've went to it twice now, the movie GOAT.
I was going to ask you if that was any good.
It is good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really good.
What about, like, the Air Buds? Did you ever get into those?
I've watched them.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
It's a dog playing basketball. How could you not like it?
Yeah.
You're a monster if you don't like it.
Hudson tears up, though, so.
Oh, it did get you.
Yeah.
It does get you.
I'm trying to think of another sport that's, we're running out of time anyway, so.
Well, you can keep thinking.
Yeah. All right, here we go. The second hour kicks off right now on this Friday, the 13th. If you are superstitious, be careful out there. We've got some local sports roundup coming up in just a little bit. Brandon Berg will be joining us to break down girls' state basketball. We've got boys' basketball. We'll find out who's going to be making state. Coming up this weekend, still quite a few local teams alive and still alive for a chance to go down to Madison for some state basketball. So we got that. We've got a little cream of the crop. We've got some pump the brakes, full throttle. We're going to get back to some Brewers chat as well. But we kick off this hour catching up with one of our favorites, Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Just coming off a big win last night for the old Regis Ramblers.
That's right.
They kept it alive. So, yeah, my son's on the team. So, it's pretty exciting win last night.
Yeah. Is it Clear Lake they're going up against, if my memory serves?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Clear Lake on Saturday, as long as we can dodge a blizzard.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Wow. So, well, best of luck. Tell them we said best of luck. So,
appreciate it.
I want to start off, actually, with a little bit of baseball, because I know we were talking about Quinn Priester the last time we chatted, and manager Pat Murphy, kind of told the media yesterday what it is. So Quinn Priester apparently visited a specialist, Dr. Gregory Pearl, down in Dallas, Texas, and he was diagnosed with, Pat Murphy calls it, in that thoracic outlet syndrome family. They're hoping it doesn't require surgery, but they're still kind of in a wait-and-see mode. Can you kind of explain what that is or what that issue is?
Yeah, so thoracic outlet syndrome is a condition. It can either be neurologic or vascular, meaning it's either pinching of the artery going down the arm or the nerves going down the arm. But basically, as the nerves or artery exit your chest and neck and go down in, basically under your shoulder girdle, under your clavicle, as they travel through there, they can either get pinched by, it can either be like thick or hypertrophic muscles. Some people have a cervical rib, because normally your ribs only come off your thoracic spine. Some people have what's called a cervical rib. Whatever the cause, it basically pinches or obstructs that area. So whether, again, it's the nerves or the artery, they're getting pinched as they go down the arm. So it can cause varying symptoms, but generally it'll be some level of pain going down the arm, often with like overhead or outreach activity, because that position tends to put tension and compresses that area more. So certainly in a throwing arm on a pitcher, that would be highly concerning. So especially if he has a real like physical obstruction, so let's say a cervical rib, you can't stretch a cervical rib away. I mean, it's there, right? I mean, there's a piece of bone that's there. And I mean, it's not like this like weird pathology. I mean, and a fair number of people have them, but if it starts pinching, it's hard to get that to go away. Now, sometimes it's what are called the interscalene muscles, and those sometimes you can stretch out and make a little more room. But occasionally a surgeon, now this is usually done by a thoracic surgeon, they'll go in and either remove the cervical rib or sometimes debulk that muscle to open up space for the nerves and artery to go through. So that being said, surgery is definitely the last resort. So we always try physical therapy to work on, again, some different modalities of stretching and more or less open that space up to decrease the impingement and compression.
So I was trying to look up some instances of this, and there was, Zach Wheeler, and I'll ask you if this is kind of maybe the next thing potentially for Priester if physical therapy doesn't work out. It says Zach Wheeler required decompression surgery for TOS last September to remove a blood clot near his right shoulder along with his first rib. Is that kind of a normal, if this doesn't work out for Priester and that, I mean, could blood clots be an issue that pops up with that?
Yeah, that's one thing that you can see is that with the compression of, whenever there's a major artery, there's a vein with it. They just always run in pairs. So you'll have the vein running through there as well. And so compression can cause obstruction of flow, which then in turn increases the risk of a clot. So I wouldn't say it's a classic finding, but you can certainly see that. And if one's been chronically impinged or pinched, you can sometimes see clots form. And so, yeah, that would be a potential. So that same idea is like you're opening that area up. So whether it's a muscle or bone or a rib, whatever you have to do, that would be the next step if it comes to it. And it tends to work, but it's a fairly invasive surgery because you're kind of opening up the side of the neck into kind of the junction between your neck and your clavicular area.
So I know a lot of fans are probably asking, well, why did it take this long for if this was something he was dealing with last year, and why didn't they catch it earlier in the off season and such? Is this kind of maybe hard to diagnose? Is it one of the last things that maybe, people kind of look for with an injury like this?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I mean, because there's not really an easy definitive diagnosis. On physical exam, there's a couple different tests you can do where you're basically looking at like bringing the arm up and out. If it's vascular, that one is fairly predictable. So like you'll bring the arm in this really hyper abducted, actually rotated position, and if they lose the pulse in the arm, it's because the artery is getting pinched. So that one you can diagnose if it's a vascular compression. The problem is neurologic. You can't tell that. So it's not like you pinch the nerve and it hurts, but it's like, is that really it? So it is a little bit non-specific. So with a lot of the things that we do now, you can do some dynamic ultrasounds where they actually do movements and visualize the area and look for it. But even then it's subjective. So absolutely, this is a tricky diagnosis and one that is often almost more of an exclusionary diagnosis where it's like, look, we figured it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. Okay, now we've kind of landed on thoracic outlet. So yeah, not an easy diagnosis and something that we do see for sure, but it's not something we see every day. And again, it's hard to really pinpoint it.
As a switching over to basketball, I'm not sure if you've been kind of watching some of the conference tournaments and such, but in the Big 12, they've got they did now they're switching out a glass floor at the Big 12 tournament, and a guard, Texas Tech guard Christian Anderson, strained a muscle while slipping on this new glass floor, and apparently they're removing it and such. But as somebody in your position, when you see a glass floor in basketball, do you kind of cringe at the I mean, that doesn't feel safe with like people slipping and pulling muscles, or for God forbid if it breaks or something like that.
I mean, obviously it's very different. I'm sure there's some logic to why they did it. Or maybe they just did it to be different and get media attention because obviously we're here talking about it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, certainly I would imagine it's very high tensile strength and very hard to break, but that would be a disaster. In the surface, I would imagine, I mean, you just think of glass, if it gets wet, I would imagine it'd be very slippery compared to wood floors that often have kind of like almost like a wax or sealant layer. I guess I don't have any real definitive quantitative answer for is it better or worse, but I think at face value, I would say that doesn't sound like a great idea.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I
Seems
know
like the potential complications. Yeah.
I know they can do. I know it's they could do like fancy graphics and stuff like that. But I'm like, now we're just feel like we're getting too cute at times with stuff like that.
Yeah. So. I mean, at that point, you're like, okay, are we missing, the whole, it's like, let's not change the game for that kind of stuff,
Right. Staying with college basketball, looking over to number one Duke, their starting point guard, Caleb Foster, suffered a fractured right foot this past Saturday, and the next morning he already had surgery on that right foot, and they're saying that he's going to be out for the foreseeable future, which kind of puts into question his availability for the for the NCAA tournament. But just kind of watching his reaction, or when the injury happened, he was going after a loose ball and then kind of stopped at mid court and such. But when you hear fractured right foot and then surgery the next day, what are some of those possibilities that could have happened?
I mean, most common would probably be a metatarsal. So they didn't say ankle, so we're not thinking it's anything, in the tibia or talus or fibula. So I mean, most likely it's going to be in that kind of forefoot area. A midfoot fracture, so like a navicular or cuboid, those would be bad fractures. So I really hope it's not that, because those tend to heal slowly. They can cause trouble. So I would say, again, if I had to bet, I would say it's a metatarsal fracture. Now, if you talk about metatarsal fractures, they often heal really well, with one notable exception, the Jones fracture, right? So the Jones fracture, which we talked about in the past, that's been one that, I mean, a lot of famous athletes have had that. Kevin Durant had it, for example. That's in the fifth, so the outer one, so your pinky toe, if you will. You follow your pinky toe up. The base of it, there's the metatarsal. If you run all the way up towards where it kind of joins the midfoot, right, in that what we call the metaphyseal flare, that area has very poor blood supply. So if you break in that area, we are quick to operate on those, especially in an athlete, because we want to maximize the odds of it healing correctly. But for example, back to Kevin Durant, he ended up having to have at least 2, maybe 3 surgeries on that. And so Jones fractures are not great. So again, I don't know which one his is. Usually they will disclose if it's a Jones, I think, just because enough people know what that is. And they're just calling this a foot fracture. So maybe it's just a displaced metatarsal fracture. And they just played it. If that's the case, it should heal I mean, 4 to 6 weeks, I would think he'd be back. The thing is, we see athletes come back with like metacarpal, so in the hand, metacarpal fractures more quickly, but thing is you don't run on your hands, you run on your feet. So it'd be hard to imagine him back before a 6-week mark unless this is a really atypical fracture. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, but if I'm a betting man, something in the metatarsals, and as long as it's not a Jones, should heal really well.
Well, I saved this one for the last because I figured this is what a lot of people are going to be wondering. Max Crosby, with this whole weird situation that's going on with his knee. Now, I know there's been other speculation such. Somebody had mentioned that he has no cartilage in that knee, and is that a potential issue going forward here? I know I texted you when that news kind of first popped up that he failed a physical, but I guess, okay, let's say he does not have cartilage in that knee. I know some NFL players have played, like Julian Edelman, I Googled, apparently didn't have cartilage in that knee. But for somebody like, I mean, how rare would that be? And is that and I saw some people saying short term, there's no concern, but it's the long term with Max Crosby coming back from that surgery is the biggest issue. But from some of the stuff that you saw, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of things are being just kind of filled in and assumed. So, I mean, the things that I've read specific to this, first off, the Raiders were very non-specific in what they said. I'm sorry, the Ravens were very non-specific. They just said he's failed his physical. We're not going through the trade. They didn't say anything else. They haven't disclosed any other information. They did have their own team physician. They actually even had him see Dan Campbell, who's actually out of Dallas, who's ironically the Cowboys team doctor. He gave a second opinion on this. So just to give it context, he is 8 weeks out from a meniscus repair, which is an interesting time because the meniscus won't be fully healed by then. So, when they're looking at it, it sounds like it's unlikely the meniscus, unless they re-MRI and it looks like the repair's already failed, and they're saying, okay, the meniscus is going to at least need one more surgery. But if you take it a step further, the doctor who performed the surgery, his name's Neil Elatrash, he's out of LA. So Neil came out and made a statement saying, I think Max is doing great. This is his doctor. So he's like, I think Max is doing great. The knee's healing well. But then he said this specifically, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, but it was like, he's recovering from the meniscus, but he also had bony edema and some cartilage issues, but he's recovering well. So as soon as you bring up that word cartilage issue, that is absolutely open Pandora's box. So cartilage issue can be this mild, we use the term chondromalacia, so it's like a little fissuring, mild amount of cartilage changes. That could mean nothing for now and won't affect until he's like a 60 or 70-year-old, okay? So that's one thing. If he starts having areas of full thickness cartilage loss, so like a real deep cartilage injury where he's missing an area, that can become very symptomatic that he might be able to play through, but would probably limit him. And certainly has the potential to become a much bigger problem. And then you can have areas where it's like a large area of cartilage injury. Then you're talking about like now it's career threatening, where it's like I'm not saying he wouldn't play again, but he'll never be the same player he was before. So it's one of those things. It's like there's such a spectrum of cartilage injuries. So it could be mild and not a big deal. It could be without a doubt career threatening, and we just don't know. I mean, obviously Neil, his doctor, is saying it sounds like it's going to progress okay, but of course he's going to say that, one would think. So, I mean, reading between the lines, again, this is also me making assumptions. I mean, if the Ravens said no, I'm guessing it was at least a full thickness defect, if not more. So if you're talking about a small to large cartilage injury, yeah, that absolutely threatens both the short and long-term career, especially when you're putting 2 first-round picks. I mean, you're not going to roll the dice on that too hard, I wouldn't think. So, again, tons of speculation going on. We're trying to make guesses based on what's being said, but and then there's a lot of people who are saying, oh, the Ravens just wanted to back out from their 2 draft choices. I mean, is that possible? I suppose, but I think it's more likely that there's a legitimate issue going on with either the meniscus or again, much more likely a cartilage-based injury. And those are, I mean, there's the list of NFL, NBA, MLB, whatever, you name the sport, players that have had their careers cut short by cartilage injury. The list is enormous. So it is something that we just have a challenging time, addressing. But yeah, it's again speculation, but that's kind of where I'm sitting on that topic.
Is that similar to the David Bakhtiari thing again?
Yeah, great example. So yeah, so you have an ACL. Oh, guys bounce back from ACLs all the time. Absolutely, they do. You had an ACL, now you have a cartilage injury. Totally changes. I mean, and people are like, why don't they just play through the pain? I mean, the knees swell. They never get their strength back because when you have a large infusion in the knee, it's hard to get your strength back. They'll have spots that like the knee like buckles and gives out. I mean, so it's painful. It gives out. They can never get back to where they were before. So it's not so simple. So and you kind of alluded to, like Julian Edelman having no cartilage. I mean, he may have had like a really focal spot. And the other thing too is like not all spots are created equal. So if you have it in like your patella, for example, versus like the central part of your medial-femoral condyle, so the weight-bearing zone, very different. Your knees can tolerate one way better than the other. So cartilage injuries, size matters, location matters. And so, yeah, it's again, you can look at these guys, and there's been so many careers cut short by this. And I mean, hopefully someday we'll have, hey, let me give you this, stem cell injection to your knee. It's going to grow new cartilage. You'll be back to normal in 6 weeks. Awesome. We just don't have that technology. So really, I spend a lot of my day dealing with the ramifications of injuries or just degenerative changes in the cartilage surface on, a number of joints in the body. In this case, the knee we're talking about. Someday we'll come up with a way to address it better. But I mean, not that we don't have some options, but it's just hard. And the other thing too is we're not just trying to get him back. Like, look, let's give you a pain-free knee where you can go out and play pickleball and shuffleboard. And he's just be like, I want to go back and try push 300-pound men around and try tackle a quarterback. I mean, that's you're asking to push the body to the absolute limit, and so you can't tolerate 95%. He needs to be 100% to really be what he was. So it's raising eyebrows without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. All right, before I let you go, do you like your team picking up Kyler Murray yesterday?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think this wasn't a year with these, 5 different franchise quarterbacks on the free agent market. I mean, so it's not like we had this 10 guys to pick from. It's like, wow, like, which all-pro guy do we pick from, right? It wasn't a situation like that. We needed to bring someone in. The question is he going to be the starter? Is he going to push JJ? Is it going to be a competition? I mean, I hope that's what they bring him in, and it creates a competition between the two. These guys are both, they're both first-round picks. They're both good athletes. They both have a lot of potential. So hopefully they can push each other. I mean, obviously you can go the other way where you create this like animosity within the quarterback room and bad blood, and then it's not good for the team. So I could see it going poorly. But of the guys available, I preferred him out of anybody. Certainly, he's got an amazing ceiling. I mean, everyone's got the jokes about how small he is, but I mean, when you see some of the plays he makes with his feet, and he's got an absolute cannon. I mean, he can be a threat. The concern, of course, is when some of the things that happen in Arizona, it's not necessarily about the physical ability. It's about his dedication to the team, his dedication to doing the off-season work. That
Yeah.
those are things that make you say, uh-oh. But I will say this. I mean, he's on a 1-year contract. He's going to be a free agent. I mean, there's statistical analysis. If you look at athletes on their contract year, they always have their best seasons because they know it's on the line. So I don't think you're going to get anything less than his best effort. So yes, I like it. I realize that was a long-winded answer. Yes, I like it, but I there's still some concern with it, but I guess we'll see. We didn't have a ton of other options.
Right. Well, he's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always. Great stuff. And tell the kiddo best of luck on the court this weekend.
Appreciate it. You have a great one.
You got it. There you go. There's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Awesome stuff, as always, with the doc. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll bring in Mr. Brandon Berg coming up after these quick words. When it comes to fresh, convenient, and delicious, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire has got you covered. From fresh produce and premium meats to bakery favorites and ready-to-go meals, everything you need is under one roof. Planning some dinner tonight or maybe grabbing some lunch on the run? Stocking up for the week? Hy-Vee makes it simple. A store that feels like your neighborhood market, just a bit bigger. Plus, with daily and weekly deals and seasonal specials, there is always something new to discover. Heck, they've got a Friday the 13th sale going on today, too. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning. We got some Friday the 13th type of weather going on outside.
Yeah. So, is it really windy out? When I opened a door, it felt like it was really windy.
You had some trouble closing the door, so
yeah,
it's breezy.
Yeah. So, and it's going to be this weekend too. So
yeah, this is going to be a very interesting weekend as far as what weather goes, especially obviously Saturday night into Sunday.
Do you think? We could get to it coming up in a little bit for our local sports, but maybe keep an eye on online for teams that potentially have late games.
I think that a lot, what you're going to see, and you're already starting to see it, but I think a lot of those boys basketball sectional championship games that potentially could have been at 7 o'clock on Saturday might get bumped up.
Yeah.
I've already seen, I think, like Regis and Clear Lake's game. I think that's at 1. Like, I think you're going to see a lot of those games probably at 1 just because obviously that allows more teams and fans to kind of go travel and then get back home before whatever we got coming our way really starts to get here.
Right, exactly, because you can't really delay it. These games.
No.
So.
You have to get it done before.
Yep, exactly. So we'll do some local sports roundup coming up here. Let's shoot for about 7:45 here for that. So before we get to that, I want to talk some Brewers with you, Brandon. So we got. I was just talking to Dr. Crow about Quinn Priester's injury and such, and Pat Murphy had talked about probably going to begin the year on the injured list and such. But I mean, I guess it's kind of a little prelude to a little pump the brakes full throttle. Feels like the Brewers are in a better position right now to kind of fill that void than maybe they were last year if this was the case here because of all their arms.
Right.
So.
When last year you had Elvin Gonzalez starting the home opener, and I mean you were kind of throwing some stuff against the wall just to kind of get out of the gates.
Right.
So I think now you can definitely see and understand, if you didn't already, what the plan was as far as just stockpile a bunch of arms because you just don't know. And you don't know what's going to develop once spring training gets underway. And obviously this is something that was lingering, but still. Right. You've got enough that you can handle a couple guys potentially if it comes to that being out to start the year.
Mm-hmm. I was talking a little bit earlier this week. How impressive has Harrison been in his limited outing so far?
I think you're seeing exactly what you were hoping for because the big thing for him is adding in the kick change, a changeup, which is a bit like a splitter, but not quite, but still like the swing and miss stuff being there. I mean, he kind of throws from a weird arm or a different arm angle, which kind of can be tough for hitters to pick up on, and that was kind of the thing. It's like, well, what can you do for an off-speed offering? And that's just something I think he just found in the offseason before he even got traded to Milwaukee. So he kind of showed up and said, hey, I have this thing. And then the Brewers saw him and were kind of like, oh, that's cool. But, yeah, I mean, that's, especially for, the guy that was the most prominent part of the Caleb Durbin trade, he's going to probably have some extra eyes on him just because people are saying, okay, well, this is there's other people in the trade obviously, but he's the one that was without a doubt the crown jewel, so to speak, and right. He's striking a bunch of people in spring training. I mean, there's still obviously he's giving up some runs, but it's spring, so I think spring is always it can be difficult because you want to see results, but at the same time you kind of want to see how people kind of go about maybe trying to get those results.
Right. So, it looks like he potentially could be in line to be in that starting rotation. With Priester out, I've seen maybe it's an Aaron Ashby. I've seen Brandon Sproat's name mentioned on there. I know Pat Murphy mentioned his name too. We have not heard of an opening day starter at this point. I don't want to downplay because I think it's more of a ceremonial thing here, but I mean, do you really care who the opening day starter is at this point? Yeah.
Not really. I mean, it's exciting for when it gets announced and for that day.
Yeah.
But ultimately, there's 160 more or 161 more of them, and yeah, I mean, it's just
Maybe if you're going to the game as a fan, you're like,
right. You know, the
I
lineup
hope it's Miz or something.
Yeah, and the lineup kind of gets all jumbled around and stuff anyway. Well, this person's missing a starter. They're bumping this, this start back. So it just a month or two into the year, I mean, it really doesn't matter. But for ceremonial reasons, and I don't know, it's just always kind of about kind of putting that best foot forward right away. You kind of like to, as much as opening day is one of 162. Like in that moment, it always feels so much more than that.
Yeah.
Like you always kind of have to have that talk with myself at the start of every year. It's like, okay, look, and last year was a great example. Starting 0-4, it's like, look,
especially the way they started.
well,
0-4
exactly.
too.
Like you lose your first 4 games in that fashion. It's kind of like, okay, look, it's not the end of the world as we saw. So
yeah. So, I mean, it seems like, and I know we've talked about this off and on, Brandon, too, but it really seems like, we're getting close, less than 2 weeks from opening day, and we've got roster projections and such. It's a lot of the same guy. Like, I know you've mentioned it time again. It's like, how many really, starting spots are on this roster? And it feels like that's going to be the case here.
And I think really, I mean, the big question is just going to be, at the very least, at the start of the year, how does the rotation look? Who is, obviously now we can kind of figure Quinn Priester's not going to be in it to start the year. So it's like, okay, well, that's another spot for somebody else. And who makes the rotation ultimately kind of probably has an impact on who makes the bullpen to start the season, and that will change, but still. But yeah, as far as the position players go, I don't think there's really much of a battle there. I mean,
right.
we've talked about the spring Tyler Black has had, but Jake Bauers also had a really good spring. Like Jake Bauers has done nothing to kind of possibly kind of let go of the grip on that backup first baseman / in case of need, break for corner outfielder position.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Brandon Lockridge has had a really good spring too, but Blake Perkins has not been bad either.
Right.
So it's like, you think, okay, could Lockridge push? But because I think both those guys just have one more option,
something
remaining,
like that. Yeah. So they can both get sent down to the minors. So it's not like you feel like you have to keep it one or the other, but
right. But hey, I'd rather have better options or good options or tough options to choose from here. But it sure kind of seems like it's already kind of almost set in stone, knock on wood, no injuries, for that sort of thing. But I mean, let me throw this one out there with the World Baseball Classic going on and such. I wonder how many Brewers fans are like, when can we get Andrew Fisher up? I mean, because he has been raking for Team Italy right now.
Right.
So.
And he's someone I was kind of texting with some friends during that game on Wednesday night. And it was like, well, it's kind of funny because he's the one right now that it's like, oh yeah, he's also a Brewer. Obviously there's been a lot of talk with other guys, and rightfully so this spring, but he's the guy that is doing this at obviously at the WBC level after doing this in the minors last year. And it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, this is a guy that's maybe a year or two away as well. Like in amongst all of the other riches of the Jesus Mades and the Luis Peñas and the Cooper Pratts and all that.
Yeah, Jet Williams.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting in the next couple of, not to get too far ahead, but it is definitely going to be interesting how they fit all of these guys on this ball club. So, but yeah, not, for third base, I'm excited, hot credit to him. I mean, for a guy, drafted just last year and playing in this moment too. So really cool to see. All right, we got to take a quick break, but plenty more to get to. We'll be right back after these few words. Before we get to a little local sports roundup, really quick reminder, we're doing podcasts a little bit different now. So 2 podcasts we need you to follow and subscribe. If you want to listen, re-listen, if you missed the show or missed portions of the show, they are now up on the DK Show podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Just started yesterday, so already kind of changed. It's a new program, new thing working on here, so yesterday's entire show came up in one episode, and I realized that's like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So I should probably turn your mic on. Sorry about that.
So that's how it is, huh?
It is. That is how it is. So going to do it hour by hour. So the first hour is already up. So second hour will be up after we're done. We're going to do it that way. Figured that seems better, right? More efficient.
Yeah.
But Man Cave Podcast isn't going away. In fact, it's going to be more new stuff, original stuff, off-the-wall stuff, because Bray and I are going to talk about Bigfoot later on today.
Well, yeah.
Because you sent me a news thing. Morgan sent me the same exact news thing. So it's like, all right, we need to hit this up.
We need to have this discussion. This is Bigfoot weather right now.
It is.
Isn't it?
It's like Yeti. We'll break it all down.
Yeah.
So I am genuinely curious how many people believe in Bigfoot. I don't even know if you do, and don't tell me right now.
Okay.
I don't even know
All
if you
right.
do. So, but yeah, so go up DK Show Podcast. DK Show Podcast. It's available Apple, Spotify, YouTube, the same YouTube channel as well. So it's going to be hour by hour every day. That way, you don't have the 3.5 hour Titanic version of the podcast episode. So with that, let's do a little local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Do you want to start with girls basketball? Yesterday, Neillsville picking up the win. So they move on to the state championship game. But, I actually was watching it because I was at a baseball board meeting and was up on the TV. So I get to actually watch that. Really, I know you talk about it, but defense.
Yes, I mean, Neillsville, that team is all about defense, always has been under Coach Geyer. And, I mean, you see in the postseason. I mean, I would like to – if I haven't for this, but I would like to go and look and see in their wins, especially since the regional finals, like every team they've beaten, I'm curious to see if that's one of the lowest point totals that opposing team has scored. With McDonald, I know scoring in the lower 30s, it probably is. Regis, I would think it would be as well. Cameron, we'd have to see, and then beating Lomira last night at 58-31. I mean, if you're at state, generally you're probably not having too many games where you're scoring 31 points. So I think that's probably a safe estimation. Now, they are set up. They will play tomorrow in the second game of the day for the state championship against Albany Monticello, who is who is a co-op, but they have one of the best mascots.
Oh boy!
Because
what is it?
I believe, if I remember correctly, individually, one of them is the Comets, and one of them was like the Ponies.
Okay.
Or they're like the Mustangs or something like that. So I believe their co-op's mascot is the Space Ponies.
That's awesome.
So you just combine what. The two mascots you have. I mean, that in the last few years, that's been a team that's been pretty consistently at state. I believe they won the Division 5 title a couple of years ago now in D4. Obviously, they're gonna be the next team to kind of take a shot at Neillsville. But either way, that's a state championship game. I mean, that'll be coming up. The other one in Division 3 will be Oostburg and Wisconsin Dells. A couple unbeaten teams, so that's kind of cool to see. Obviously, one of them will stay unbeaten and one won't. But we're gonna get back going here in a little over an hour.
Yeah.
Down in or over in Green Bay with the first semifinal, which is Leva Strum and Fall River. Leva Strum has really, just kind of run roughshod through this, through this postseason field so far. 29-0.
Is that record for Fall River a little deceiving? It says 17-11.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I think look, you get to stay at you're a better. You're
you're there for a reason,
right? But still, I mean, I have no doubt that team has the attention of Coach Huzica and that Cardinals team. So I'm very interested to see how that team kind of comes out and plays. I mean, first time I think since 2008 that they've been to state. So looking for I believe their first win at state. So
okay.
And then they'll meet either Pacelli or Barneveld in the second semi. And then this afternoon, obviously another one that teams around here will be keeping an eye on. Rice Lake. They're a 1 seed as well. They got Beaver Dam. Rice Lake making it back down there. Last year they were a 4 seed, lost in the semis. This year they're the 1 seed, and that combination of Schmidt and Shepley at the top obviously is going to have. I'm sure it has Beaver Dam's attention, but the team has been really firing on all cylinders here. I would say the last, not just the postseason, but the last month or two. So, it's going to be interesting to see if if they can kind of take that next step.
Mm-hmm.
And then otherwise, tonight the Division I games as well, and then tomorrow all day.
All day. Yep.
So those you can find those games to watch locally, and on TV,
and the girls' season will be wrapped up.
It will be. So
then over to the boys' side, we had games last night, and
we did. Let's start Division II.
Okay.
A team that we haven't really talked too much about, but a team that's still alive, Menominee.
Yeah.
They've picked up a couple wins. Really, Menominee, New Richmond. Not sure if that was the what people thought would be the section, but obviously that's a conference rematch from the regular season, and Menominee took care of business. So we talk a lot about kind of River or Rice Lake and the the benefits they have as a smaller team playing in the big rivers, and I think in this case this is what you kind of do with Menominee as well. I mean, that's a Division II team playing in a conference full of several Division I teams, and a lot of credit to Coach Greg Van Grunsman. I mean, he's a real veteran of coaching in this area. Coached at Memorial for a long time. Coached at Bloomer for a while. Has had a lot of success, and that's a team that's kind of being the best version of itself right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the last Big Rivers team standing.
Yeah.
So now they get a chance to go to state. They play tomorrow afternoon. That's a 1:00 game in Arcadia against West Salem. A team that is no stranger to still being alive in the postseason at this time. West Salem picked up a win over across Central.
Mm-hmm.
They had beat Unalaska the round before, so they've knocked off the top 2 seeds in their half of the tournament. But for Menominee to be able to kind of get on this run here, I mean, Menominee is they've got a lot of experience at state, but it's been a little bit. I think
since 2006.
Yeah. The last time they've been down there. So
and before that was 86. That was when I was born.
They were dominating those in the early years, but so they've obviously got a big chance to maybe go and make some history tomorrow afternoon. So
yep.
Division III. Last night the game I was at was Stanley Boyd and GET. Great game. As you can tell, high scoring game, but two just outstanding teams that were kind of making life difficult for the other team. But ultimately GET picks up the 90-80 victory. So. GET will play at North tomorrow. That game, I don't think there's a time on that quite yet, but they'll get St. Croix Central, who picked up a last-second win over Osceola, and that's actually a rematch from the regular season. They had played in January, and GET picked up a win there. So, you always kind of wonder about regular season, rematches in the postseason, especially with non-conference teams that don't know each other too much.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be very interesting to see there. I mean, GET looking to kind of break through, and that's a team that the last few years has really been on the doorstep, but a team that made it to state here 2016, so it was obviously a decade ago, but a team that has a program that has a pretty solid track record, but that should be I think a really fun one there. So Division IV, we've got Eau Claire Regis. They're still alive. They picked up the 63-43 win over Durand last night. That game is at Eau Claire Memorial. Didn't need 56 points from Blake Risler this time. I mean, that's still kind of crazy to think about. In a playoff game to score 56 points, but I mean that just kind of shows the dynamic nature of that Regis team. Blake Risler, DJ Cooper. That's a fantastic backcourt that can just really make life difficult for opposing teams. And they're going to take on Clear Lake after Clear Lake pulled away to a 78-62 win over McDonald last night in Amory. So that's a 1:00 game in Osseo. Osseo was where I was last night. That's they always do a great job hosting those neutral site games, and that was packed last night. I have a feeling it's gonna be packed tomorrow too. So that should be a fun one to see if the Ramblers can break back through, or if Clear Lake. Clear Lake is a program that has been pretty consistently regional champs, knocking on the door of sectional champions. They've gone, they've been at state here within the last decade or so. So, that's a fun one right there, I think. So. And then you go to Division V, and Altoona is going to be hosting a sectional final with Turtle Lake and Prentice tomorrow. So Turtle Lake looking to get back to state.
Prentice taking down their rival last night, Rib Lake.
So. Right. Prentice has been on a roll. They knocked off Marshfield Columbus, who I think a lot of teams had kind of pegged as maybe a state tournament team. But Prentice, that's going to be a good one. And Altoona, they're another venue that always does a good job hosting things, and they'll be rocking. So. Yeah, I mean, this is, it's interesting to think of just how many teams have been knocked off since I was just in here last Friday.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of the tourney. So.
Right.
And then we've already got stuff getting going. We mentioned that track is underway with practice. I mean, hopefully they got a little bit of outdoor practice this week. But softball starts next week, and then for baseball, pitchers and catchers are able to kind of start doing some work next week as well. So, we will see what this next week of weather brings us. But
well, before I bring up a couple college things here, got to throw out there too, maybe a little surprise, Mike Sins stepping down as Menominee head football coach too. So, I mean, you talk about Joe Labuda there for how many years, and then Mike Sins. So this is a big opening.
Yeah. This is one that I think you're going to have a lot of people in the area that they have their the attention for. And Mike was obviously he's a Menominee native. He's a guy that had great success as a player there. We know coached obviously around here prior to taking the job, and Menominee did some good things there too. But now obviously it's going to be somebody else's opportunity to kind of come in there and try to continue a tremendous tradition that Menominee has. So yeah. So that's going to be that's
a couple Big Rivers ones, right? Menominee North still open.
Yeah.
So
So we're gonna those are ones I think people are definitely going to kind of have their antennas up for it. Say, okay, who does that end up being? And who's the one that kind of takes it over that that program.
Right. Exactly. Want to go over to the Blue Golds here quick and give you a shout out too, because you actually did write an article that relates to the Blue Golds with Izzy and wrestling.
Yes, one of the 4 nationals bound Eau Claire wrestlers. So and Izzy's someone that I first knew about when I first got here. I mean, he was a state champion in Division I in 2011. And if you're kind of doing your math in your head, and you're thinking, well, wait, he's 33 years old. He's someone that, he's been a very interesting story, honestly, a pretty inspirational story when you factor, I mean, he's him and his brother Martino were adopted from Haiti when Izzy was in elementary school, learned, wrestling. His brother infamously was kind of recruited to the team from longtime Chippewa coach Tom Pometlo. And they learned, he learned a lot very quickly. And, Izzy unfortunately was kind of on the business end of some home training sessions as Martino was showing him, hey, this is, these are the ropes. But by the time Izzy got to high school, I mean, he was ready to go. 4-time, state podium finisher. I think he finished 3rd or better in all 4 of his state tournaments, including a state championship in 2011. And, he went to wrestle lacrosse for a year and, had success, but ultimately was, kicked off the team. And, he kind of had a segment of his life where he just kind of fell out of love with wrestling. And, he fell back in love with it. Credits his mom for, well after the fact, buying him some tickets to the state tournament, and he kind of caught the bug again. He's coaching, youth organizations in Chippewa Falls, so kind of definitely, shaping the next generation. I know it's something that I've talked with Chippewa Falls head coach Steve Anderson about, and he's, credited Izzy for, that team has really had kind of a resurgence these last few years, especially with the numbers. And part of that is, getting involved at a younger age. You're doing it when you get to high school. So, the Blue Golds, obviously a great year for them. Their first, outright WIAC championship.
Yep.
They've got 4 wrestlers heading to nationals. So, Coach Fader always has done a great job there, but especially kind of establishing that program with all the things, crowning some national champions here in recent years. And they've got 4 guys that are going down there, and, they have a chance to really make some noise. And that gets going today down in, I think it's Cedar Rapids.
Yep.
So today and tomorrow that's going. I know Izzy's he's an 8th seed, I believe, for his tournament, so he'll be in action later on this morning. And he's got a chance to really kind of end his wrestling career, at least as an active wrestler, on one of the biggest stages you can think of.
Right. Yeah, it's a really great piece. Go check it out by our own Brandon Berg here at Chippewa.com. As you mentioned, got national wrestling. We got also indoor track and field, NCAA indoor championships. I know softball teams down in warmer weather right now for the Blue Golds.
Jealous.
Yep. So they're in action down there as well. We've got tennis is taking on Hamlin University as well. For some hockey, though, for Stouts, round 1 is for tomorrow for UW Stout hockey. So I know I think that's still a 7 p.m. game, so
But keep an eye on it. Yeah, if you're planning on going, just make sure you keep an eye on the schedule, just to be sure.
Right, exactly. So otherwise, they've got other, they're at indoor track and field as well. Their softball team's down in Florida, too. Baseball's in Florida. I know Blue Gold Baseball is going to be down in Florida next week, too. So, but, yeah, definitely with that hockey one, maybe just kind of keep an eye on the times if there's a little bit of a switch or such. So that's your local sports roundup. brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We got to take a really quick break because we are running out of time here, so we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, we only got like a minute left here. So coming up next hour, we'll kick it off with a little cream of the crop. We'll hit that up. We'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll get back some more Brewers talk and obviously some NFL free agency and some hoops. Conference tournament. Hopefully we'll get more of the Section 105 group. We got our YouTube chat room that has been Flago. So we nicknamed them Section 105. So get those boys rolling over there too. So, but if you want to make your picks for Cream of the Crop, please do so. Hit us up. Text it, 715-830-1912, or you can go on the YouTube chat room. So go ahead and do that. But we are approaching halftime right now. 2 hours in. We got 2 more to go here. Lots still to chat about. So there you go. There's the shot clock. 2 in, 2 more to go. News updates. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. All right, it is the third hour kicking off on this Friday morning, Friday the 13th. Happy Friday the 13th to all of you who celebrate this day. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will do a little AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. We'll talk a little NFL free agency, maybe some of the latest rumors, rumblings, and all that good stuff surrounding that. We got some college hoops that we're going to talk about as we get set for Wisconsin and Illinois coming up later on today. But let's kick it off with a little cream of the crop. Brandon, who is your pick for cream of the crop?
I am actually going to go with both the men's and women's basketball team at the University of Idaho.
Nice,
They swept the Big Sky Conference Championships, which I don't know how often that happens, where you have both schools winning, in basketball, winning a conference championship. But I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then seeing that they're like celebrating together, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a good one because it was like, and yeah, I was just gonna say because the women's team went on the court to celebrate with them too.
Yeah.
So that was really cool to see that. So I love this time of year.
Yep.
I'll save it for our pump the brakes and full throttle and such. My cream of the crop. Kind of boring, but I'm gonna go. I think Goody's doing a really good job so far. So my cream of the crop is Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst for some of the decisions and moves so far in this free agency period. With that, let's transition into our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Brandon, Kyler Murray is your Week 1 starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, even though Kevin O'Connell isn't ready to declare him the starting quarterback.
No, it's full throttle. I mean,
Yeah.
barring an injury, there's no reason for Kyler Murray to not be the starter.
You-
That's the idea.
Yeah, you like the move, right? I mean,
Yes.
you've talked about this.
Yeah, I
so.
thought it was, of the realistic options, it was the best option.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately, I think it sets, if nothing else, I would say, a pretty high floor
Mm-hmm.
of someone who's been successful in the league, someone that's going to come in motivated because he knows if he comes in and balls out, he's going to make himself a lot of money and maybe change a lot of the perception that's out there of him.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. And, I'm kind of just excited to see what it looks like.
This is kind of a weird thing for Minnesota the last few years when you look at your quarterback situation. I mean, you move on from Kirk Cousins for a long time. You bring in Sam Darnold. That's kind of that 1 year while you have McCarthy. Then you go to McCarthy, and now you're kind of back to where you were a couple years ago, having a veteran for just 1 year. Pump the brakes full throttle, though. Kyler Murray has a Pro Bowl type of season. Do you re-sign him?
Full throttle. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they would potentially make the same mistake twice.
Mm-hmm.
Even if, Kyler Murray signed somewhere else and didn't go on to win Super Bowl. They would have to be absolutely floored and enamored with what they saw from J.J. McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
But no, if Kyler Murray comes out and has a really strong year, I think he gets re-signed.
Yeah. I would say that's got to be full throttle, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, well, it's not really fair to J.J. McCarthy, and you're right, but at the same time, though, it's like the NFL is just not fair. It's not fair to J.J. McCarthy that his rookie season was lost because of a meniscus injury. It's not fair to him that he had these different injuries, but the NFL doesn't wait for you.
Mm-hmm.
Either you get opportunities and you take advantage of them, or someone else gets those opportunities. That's just how it is.
Right. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. I was trying to come up with the crazy, funny way to phrase this, though. But pump the brakes, full throttle. The whole Max Crosby situation. Ravens just got cold feet.
I'm going to go full throttle. I kind of think that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think the more they had looked and they had kind of heard what people were saying, ooh.
Yeah.
Because the fact that they immediately turned course to Trey Hendrickson. Yeah.
Right away.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know if I buy it. And they said, Trey Hendrickson really thought he was going to be playing with Max Crosby. I don't know if I buy that.
I don't know how you get those guys under the cap when you've got Lamar Jackson, too, that you're working on some sort of extension or whatever with. I don't see how you make that work. Generally, obviously the Packers are a really good example of this. You can have a high-priced quarterback and a high-priced edge rusher, but you're not having two who I would consider to be, top of the market edge rushers and Lamar Jackson.
Right.
If you're doing that, you have no other money.
Right. Exactly. Maybe Trey Hendrickson, knew obviously Max Crosby was traded there, and then all of a sudden his agent is getting, feedback. So that's maybe what he thought, but then they didn't know the backstory or what was going on in the background.
I think the Ravens kind of got cold feet, especially when you hear, some of the insiders, people I trust, like a Tom Pelissero saying, alluding to the fact that it kind of sounded like a little bit of BS-ery on the Ravens part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's a little bit more to it, I feel like, than just, and I'm sure there probably maybe was something that popped up on the MRI and that, but
still,
you had to at least know that was a possibility when you trade for him, since he just had like surgery not that long ago.
Right.
So, yeah, I just kind of nuts.
Interesting curveball.
It is. Pump the brakes, full throttle, though. Raiders are after all their moves, and now they get Max Crosby back. Are they actually in a decent spot right now? Pump the brakes, full throttle. Should they go after Kirk Cousins?
Full throttle. That was going to be my thing. Like, to me, that's the perfect quarterback for them because he's going to set a bar. He's going to set a level. He's played in the Kubiak system for both Clint and Gary.
Yeah.
So he's played for the OG. He played for them both in Minnesota. So I think he sets a good bar. He's a good guy to learn from for Fernando Mendoza, just because of how he conducts himself, how he studies, all that stuff. And obviously the Raiders aren't in a big hurry to get Mendoza on the field. So I think you set a bar with a veteran that knows what they're doing. Yep. If you go out there, to me, that makes a ton of sense.
Right. Yeah. And yet you don't have to play Mendoza the first year. If there is any concerns about, him being ready and such, you don't have to play him.
Well, and I think that's the thing you can talk to Cousins about. You can say, hey, look, as long as you play at a certain level, it's you're the quarterback. Like, you can be the quarterback this year.
Yeah.
We don't have to play him. It's not a bad thing to give him that first year to kind of get acclimated and just work behind the scenes.
Right.
So no, I think Kirk Cousins makes all the sense in the world for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and I feel like and honestly, that's probably, when you look at all the other scenarios out there, that might be his best one. If he wants playing time,
and he wants otherwise the option Pittsburgh I could see. But the Aaron Rodgers question.
Right.
The Jets, they signed Geno Smith, so they're probably out. Who else is left?
Jets, I think, are just let's get through this year again, and we got 3 first-round picks next year.
It's a bit like the Cardinals, I think, where the Cardinals are kind of in the same boat, where they brought in Gardner Minshew, and they're like, look, we don't want to say 2026 doesn't really matter for us, but 2026 doesn't really matter for us.
Yeah.
So
it's just the Jets one's a little more interesting since Glenn's in his second year.
Yeah,
and there's already
because if he has another bad year,
yeah, exactly,
it could be somebody else,
right?
So there's a little more sense of urgency to win versus I think Arizona is full out saying, I'm sure they already told Mike LaFleur hey, year one, don't worry about it.
Right? Yeah, because let's get out of some salary stuff.
Right, and Kirk Cousins is a smart guy. He's not going to go to Cleveland.
Yeah, I would hope not.
That's
just ridiculous.
So no, I think Kirk Cousins to the Raiders makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. No, I
think it's a good fit.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm full throttle on that too. Pump the brakes, full throttle. This has been a really, really fun first week of free agency legal tampering, though, with a lot of stuff going on outside of our favorite teams.
Both of our teams for the most part really haven't. We've
done something every day besides yesterday for Green Bay. So, I'm not used to this.
Yeah,
so.
But no, I would say full throttle. It's. Day one is always fun because you just get to watch certain teams act like drunken sailors with their money. But that's what day one is.
Mm-hmm.
So now, there's still players out there now. I think you'll start to see maybe some other teams be a little bit more active in that second wave, which we talk about a lot. And you can still find a lot of really good players in that second wave. So, but it is fun. I'm sure you, just like me, when I was at work Monday, I had social media up on Monday, just kind of refreshing every once in a while. Say, okay, now what? By the way, neither of us were close on our pick.
Nope, we weren't.
No,
unfortunately. So, but
alas,
I kept refreshing though just to see if one of us was going to get it.
And none of us because none of us really I don't think either one of them were. I think Leo Chanel was a Tuesday one, and then Rashad White was recently.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I think we weren't close.
No.
Which I mean. You sent me the screenshot of who the first person was, and we were. It was someone absolutely not on my radar.
Nope. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Going to baseball. Mark DeRosa not knowing that they glitched. Pump the brakes, full throttle. I mean, I don't know how to phrase this. Like, did he really just was that just him? Did the whole organization assume that? I mean, what? I guess I'm asking, like, you kind of rolled your eyes when I first said that. So, but like, how do you not know the situation at play?
That's just it. How do you not know? Like,
I guess pump the brakes, full throttle. Is that why they rested guys and such? Because
it seems
they,
like it. I mean, otherwise, why would you have Paul Goldschmidt out there instead of Bryce Harper?
Right.
Otherwise, why would you have, whoever, just the people that they had out there? Like, it was. And here's the thing: I really like Mark DeRosa as like a TV personality.
Mm-hmm.
But and even that, and then I know there's been some kind of points of contention with some of the Team USA picks for players and stuff like that too. And I don't know, like maybe this is whatever happens from here on out. Maybe it's just a matter of like, okay, well, we're going to go a different direction next time.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and that's the hard thing though too, right? Because you're not going to get a manager leaving his team in spring training to go manage.
No, it's going to have to, yeah. But like, you couldn't tell me there's not like a Bruce Bochy or someone that could have did it, like someone that's got credibility. No disrespect.
I mean, you've seen Dusty Baker help out some teams.
Right, yeah.
That,
like,
so.
no disrespect to Mark DeRosa, but like, I think even he would say like, I'm no Bruce Bochy,
right?
Or I'm no
Jim Leyland,
or something, something like that. Like, I would just
Ron Renicky might be available.
There you go. Somehow Unieski Betancourt's on the USA team playing, but it's. I if nothing else right now, I think USA is just big thank you to Italy.
Yeah. Go send them some.
Yes, but
send them some nice pasta and some breads and some wine or
maybe refill their coffee.
Yeah.
Their coffee bar.
That is actually kind of cool. I think that's unique. Why not? That's cool.
And I got a good kick out of Vinny Pasquantino's post-game press conference. They're like, how you feeling? He goes, caffeinated. I think that was the word he used. I feel caffeinated. I'm like, well, when you hit three home runs in the game?
Yeah.
And they're doing that. They're taking a coffee for every homer. Mm-hmm. But yeah, but there's some really, like, obviously it goes without saying, but there's some really fun matchups. And honestly, the bracket doesn't fall bad for U.S.
No.
But like that, it was a Venezuela, Japan.
They're on the other side.
I know, but that's what I mean. Like that's to me, that's the first round matchup right there. That's gonna be a ton.
Because when the United States wins tonight against Canada, which Canada wants revenge for hockey. So,
which I mean, if Canada wins, it would be kind of funny that the United States beats them in both hockeys, and then Canada would beat U.S. in baseball. But we'll see.
Wins America's game, baseball favorite. But yeah, if they win, then they would play like Dominican Republic of Korea. In the next round to go to the finals. So I agree. Yeah, the path is there, but still, like, that Venezuela Japan game. Ooh, yeah,
that's gonna be fun.
It is. Yep, I agree.
I think it's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, because it's weird because we got the United States sides tonight, then there's the games tomorrow, and then Sunday, the United States, if they win, it's that region. And then Monday, and then Tuesday, they got to play right away. So
yeah, because obviously they're going to want to kind of get this done here sooner than later. So,
but yeah, it's Venezuela or Japan or whoever doesn't get that off day like a
they get the off day the day before. So I'm a little surprised that they didn't play them on that, because on that Sunday and then give them both the Monday off day. Mm-hmm. But it's just how the schedule is.
Yep, definitely. So. Pump the brakes, full throttle, Brandon. If the Badgers win against Illinois, they will move up to a 5 seed in the tournaments.
I'm gonna still pump the brakes. I'll still say they're a 6, but if for the third year in a row, then they went and beat the 1 seed as the 5 seed, then they would. Mm-hmm. I think they need to win 2 more to really solidify being a 5 seed.
I will pump the brakes, or no, I'll full. It's kind of halfway here. They can, if they get some help. Like St. John's loses today. St. John's. If I'm using Joe Lunardi's bracketology as the reference here, because looking at the 5 seeds, he's got St. John's as a 5 seed, and they play against Seton Hall today. So if St. John's loses and Wisconsin wins, maybe you flip flop those. But also the interesting one is he's got Tennessee and Vanderbilt as a 5 seed. Those two play each other today. So there is that potential. And I get there's other 6 seeds that could say, hey, wait, we need to be involved in this conversation moving up too. But For sure, if they win against Illinois and somehow beat, I shouldn't say somehow because they already did, but if they win 2 more, then I think you're talking about can we even move up closer to a 4? If they win this whole tournament, they go up to a 4. How do you not put them at a 4 at that
I mean,
point?
when you look at who they would have had to have gone through, I mean, it would be 3 ranked teams. It would be a potential 1 seed Michigan.
Unless Ohio State upsets,
Yeah, right,
or
Michigan.
whatever. But, yeah, if it's Michigan and then Nebraska or Michigan State,
That's still, yeah.
I mean, come on.
But yeah, here's the thing. It's happened before.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened the last 2 years that they've knocked off the 1 seed in the semis, which is kind of crazy that they've been the 5 seed 3 years in a row.
Right.
Just outside of the double bye. Or I guess now maybe it's the triple bye with the more teams. But yeah.
Pump the brakes, full throttle with the Badgers winning all their, 3 of the 4 wins against these ranked teams all on the road. Pump the brakes, full throttle. That could be something that is a really beneficial thing for them when it comes to the tournament because, it's like, they're not going to be at home. They're going to be on the road.
Right.
Can they use that as experience? Should they be using that?
I'll say say full throttle. I think that's helpful. I mean, look at last year, even the game they lost to BYU in the tourney was essentially a road game because that game was, it was in Denver, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously that's a lot closer for Utah to make that trip. So, but I'll say yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's your AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. I'm going to give you really quick Surveyor's trivia question. Brandon cannot see the text, by the way. He cannot.
That's good because I never see the text. So.
Yeah. He just asked if you can because he gives me your answers. So,
okay.
Yeah, Brandon cannot see the text. So, Brandon, can you name, I'll give you a piece of paper during the break here. Well, you
got mine from last week.
Your hand turkey?
No, yeah. My hand turkey one I made a couple weeks ago for Justice.
Brandon, can you name the top 10 ranked Brewers prospects according to MLB Pipeline? Oh, that's easy-ish for you, probably. Like current, not...
Okay, that's some kind of... Okay, yeah.
It's got to be current. So, DK, since 2000, can you name the 10 highest first-round draft positions the Packers have had? Who they drafted in what year? Good Lord.
Wow. Wow. Yours is a lot tougher.
Okay, I'm looking at Surveyor's answers for you. It is all time.
Oh, okay.
It is all time.
How long okay, that makes a little more sense. How long does Pipeline go back?
Just looking at the names here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah, just give me a rough.
Even though I won't get a hint. Think 2004 to 3 era, sort of, if that helps you a little bit. So,
okay. I can do that.
Yeah. All right. Give us some time to think on that. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after these few words. Reminder, 1 week from today, we're going to be over at the VFW Post 305 for some Hoops Skip Day action. So we'll do the show over there, and then the fun starts around 11, but fun starts when we're there, though, too. So free beverages for a little bit till we hit our budget. We'll just say we got a tab going. So we'll get that. We've got surprise we're going to be giving away. A lot of fun stuff going on. As we sit back and watch some hoops. It'll be boys state basketball too, and college basketball. So all day hoops over there. This a week from today, over at the VFW Post 305 on Star Avenue. So is this? I think I've asked this. Is this the beginning of your favorite time of the year for the sports calendar? Is it October for you? What I kind of combine March and April together.
Yeah, I mean, I might give that a very slight edge over like October.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I'm kind of. It's like middle March to end of April. Because I think you throw an NFL free agency into the thing now too, because it's kind of fun, right? I mean, you do that. So, yeah, it's between those two though for me. So, but do you want to do your? Do you have your 10 from Surveyor?
I have 8 that I feel pretty confident in, and then I have 4 that I'm just going to pick some from.
Okay. We're going to do yours because I know we got to play a little catch up.
Okay.
Because I've only got 5 that I can think of right now for mine. So, all right, I'm going to bring up your list. Okay.
All right, in no particular order, Jesus Mate.
He is number 2 on this list.
Okay. Luis Pena.
Nope.
Really?
That surprises me.
Yeah, because he should have been like in the 20s or something. So I thought that would have been one of the highest ranked.
Yeah, I would double check that, Surveyor.
Okay. But yeah, otherwise, Ricky Weeks.
Yes.
Prince Fielder.
Yes.
Ryan Braun.
Yes.
Orlando Arcia.
Yes.
Keston Hira.
Nope.
Oh, he was just off. Lewis Brinson.
Yes.
All right. So that is 7?
I believe so.
4.
You're missing
5, 6. Okay, no, that's
6.
Yeah, 6. And then now I'm getting it. Those are the ones I was pretty confident in. Now this is Brett Lowry.
No.
I think I've only got one other one. So I'm going to go with Matt Laporta.
No.
Okay.
Jackson Churio.
Oh, yeah, duh.
I was like, that's what I was surprised.
Yeah, that's a duh one, yeah.
The other ones he has listed, so I'll just go in order that he has.
Okay.
Jackson Churio was listed at number 2 at one point. That was the highest.
Yeah.
Jesus Mate, Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder were tied. Corey Ray.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize Ray was that high.
Number 13.
Wow.
Ricky Weeks, 14. Louis Brinson at 16. Orlando Arcia at 19. Bryce Terang, 21.
I didn't realize Terang got that high either.
And then tied for 10th was Mizorowski and Jefferson Curo at 33.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, you said Payne is like 20 something, right?
I thought he was. Maybe he might have been a little bit lower than that. So
okay. Right.
I mean, there's a bunch of different lists, so it's possible I'm just thinking about what someone else I'm right.
There is a lot of different lists.
So
out there,
okay.
So,
wow.
But, all right, still not too bad. Not too bad. So nice try.
Yeah.
You get a E for effort. Well, a little bit higher than
E is for effort, and effort's the key to success.
Wow. Where's that from? That's got to be a quote. You didn't just come up with that.
No. I want to double check because I want to make sure I know where I heard it, but
just want to make sure that the source is correct.
Yeah, and this isn't just something I made up in my head.
Because you tend to do that sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. So. Still looking?
Well, I'm trying to get this typed in, but my phone is not allowing.
You know you have a computer. You could do that too.
I don't want to.
You're just old school. Got to use the telephone device.
Well, I was just gonna say it annoys me when people try to do the Siri, when they'll just ask over and over. I'm like, you could just type it out.
Yeah. Yep.
Of course, as I am having troubles typing it out, I'm kind of kneecapping my own argument.
Well, how about this? We'll take a quick break, and then I'll do my Packers one while you look this up.
Okay, so I don't think that's ever been an effect, but I swear I heard...
Because you rattled that off really quick,
right.
that should be...
For some reason, I swore I heard Rich Eisen say that at SportsCenter back in the day.
Okay.
Like there was maybe it was someone else, but I swore it was one of like the SportsCenter anchors of our era just bringing that up during a highlight.
Okay.
Something about E is for effort and effort's the key to success.
That does sound like something Eisen would probably come up with or say. So, all right, we'll take a quick break, and then I'll try to attempt to answer Surveyor's trivia question for us. Mine was listing the top 10 since 2000 highest drafted Packers players. I don't know why he gave me like 3 things to do. The year they were drafted and what college they came from.
Wow,
so,
that is
all right, I'll do my best. So we'll take a quick break and be right back after these quick words. So accidents happen, but getting back on the road shouldn't be stressful. At Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, you will find experienced technicians, quality craftsmanship, and service that you can trust. From collision repair and dent removal to full paint work and insurance coordination, they handle the details so you do not have to. They'll restore your vehicle the right way, safely, professionally, and with attention to every detail. When your vehicle needs expert care, choose a team that puts quality first. That's Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, bringing your vehicle back to life, one repair at a time. All right, so surveyor said he didn't ask for college. I read it wrong. When he said where they were drafted, I meant like college. I thought he meant college, but it was like position-wise, like where drafted. So I just assumed college.
So you're just making it harder for yourself than you had to.
I was. But, I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to do the college if you're doing that. You know what I mean? I think you have to. So, all right, so AJ Hawk's the easy one for me. This is, surveyor sent us a trivia. You did the Brewers prospects. I have to come up since 2000, the top 10 highest drafted Packer players, the position they were in what year. AJ Hawk, number 5. I mean, that's the easy. Number 5 overall in 2005, right? 2005? 2005. Yeah, 2005. Ohio State, linebacker. That's easy. Number 2 is B.J. Raji, 09, from Boston College, defensive tackle. I think he was a top 10 or right there, so I'm going to throw it because the thing is, Green Bay didn't have a lot of top 10 draft picks.
Right.
Because I feel like there's a lot of 20s in this thing, which is making it difficult. But Jamal Reynolds has to be in there. I think he was like, if he's not top 10, he's close. So I'll just split the difference, say 10. Florida State. I'm just going to show off now with colleges. And I'm probably not going to get it in order right. All I do is catch touchdowns is Bubba Franks. He was a top 15, 2000. The U? Nope, I knew that one. All I do is catch touchdowns, Bubba Franks. Justin Harrell's top 20 for sure, I know. Because I still remember that draft and thinking, who? Tennessee. Not that it matters. 07. It's like 15 or 16 or 17. I'll say 16. I remember watching. That was still when it was just a Saturday draft, too. So it was.
The better way.
No.
The better way.
No. Respectfully disagree. So, then. Oh, this was a little more. Again, I'm not going to get it right in order, I don't think. Rashawn Gary, I know, was top 50 because they had 2 picks that year. Darnell Savage was in there. So, Rashawn Gary, I'm trying to work back in what year that would have been. 19. Was it like 13th pick? 14th. I think Savage was like 21, 20. I'll go 12. Rashawn Gary was picked 12th and then 19 draft. Yeah, because Darnell, I can't remember if they traded up for Darnell. Whatever. Jair was 18. They moved back, then they moved up. He was in 2018. Goody's first pick was it top 20? I'm going to say like 19. Just the other names on here. I'm going to go. Lucas Van Ness was up there too. Yeah, I remember watching. We were at Hy-Vee watching that Lucas Van Ness pick, I think. So Van Ness was. What year was Van Ness? Work my way back. Van Ness was. He would have had to have been a 23 draft. 2023. God, what number would he have been? I'll say 15. And then I'm at 8, I think. Yeah, I mean, I typed out the names, but I didn't put down the years. This is where it gets hard now. My head hurts. Was I'm going to go Javon Walker for my next one, 2000. Like 21, 22 two, but I'm going back and forth between Clinton Dix and Aaron Rodgers. I don't know which one. Because this is weird too. I remember where I was watching the Clinton Dix draft. I was at Wagner's. Don't know why, but I was there. I watched it because somebody actually, I think it was a work thing. And they said, "Who's the pick?" And I said, "It's going to be and it was
going on there.
So I'll go. I mean, I know Rodgers was 04, 25, 24, but was higher? What year would that have been? Would have had to have been like 14, 13, 14. I'll go 14, 21. So I hope he got all those names. I got the names, but I don't have the years next to them. So the names I threw out there were Hawk, Raji, Bubba, Jamal, Harrell, Rashawn, Jair, Van Ness, Javon, and then I had Rodgers or I'll go Clinton Dix. So we'll see. Oh, did he? Let me see if he texted in or not. Oh, okay, he did. So, okay, AJ, BJ, Jamal, Rashawn, Lucas, Van Ness, Bubba, Justin Harrell, Jair, Javon Walker. Oh, and Darnell and were tied.
Wow. You did very well.
Man, all right.
You did very well.
I got some of the years off, though.
Man.
AJ was, I suppose.
06.
Was it 06?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 06.
Yeah. I get him and Rodgers mixed up sometimes.
Yeah, because Rodgers was 05.
Yeah, Rodgers 05. Because it was, the way I think about it was I was a freshman in college when Rodgers was drafted, but the school year began in 04, but then the draft was 05.
Yeah.
So I always get that mixed up. So, yeah, AJ was 06, but it was the 05 season.
Yes.
This 05 season concluded, then it was AJ because the 05 season they only went 4-12 because I was at that final game when they lost the Seahawks.
So was I.
When they beat the Seahawks. You were there too?
I was.
Okay, that game is turning into the Ice Bowl. Like, there must have been 500,000 people at that game because every time I bring it up, somebody's like, yeah, I was there too.
Yeah, biggest thing I remember, didn't Sean Alexander set the touchdown record that game?
Yeah.
And then the other thing I remember is there was a Packer fan with a sign that said extend Millen because I was with Matt Millen. I was like, that person knows what they're doing.
Who were you there with?
I had a friend that basically had an extra ticket, and he's like, look, I know you're
I suppose you were in Oshkosh, right?
No.
Yeah. UW Oshkosh.
No. I was not at that point, though.
Okay.
I think that was like winter break.
But you were in college.
I was in college.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. But
because that was like New Year's Day or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a friend like the day before. He's like, look, I know you're not a Packer fan, but I got an extra ticket. Do you want to go to the Packer game? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, why not? So we went and had fun.
Yeah.
Yep.
That I swear that game is turning into everybody I mentioned was there too. Same with like that NFC Championship game.
It's like the crappy Ice Bowl.
Yeah. It's like, okay, really, were you for sure there? So, but you at least prove it. I trust you that you were there. So, but I remember, Sean Alexander set the touchdown record. Then they sat all their starters. Green Bay did win the game. Everybody thought Favre was done.
Yeah, because I remember the drive home.
Rodgers came in to sub him.
Yeah,
so.
I remember the drive home. That's like learning because that was the day Mike Tice got fired too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
okay.
because they played the Bears, and I think they beat the Bears, and then he got fired after the game.
Because I stayed the night in Shawano, and then the next morning when I got home is when we found out Mike Sherman was getting fired.
Yeah,
I think that was the timeline. So. Yep. And then I was like, I wasn't sure about whether they should have fired Mike Sherman because they had so many injuries that year. Like Javon Walker got hurt week 1 against the Lions.
I think they should have kept him.
I'm glad they kind of made that decision now too. So, but all right, I think I got a few wrong now, but maybe the names with the years I got wrong. I get years mixed up. So, all right, well, whatever. It is what it is. I'm a draft guy. I like drafts.
Sometime before the draft, I want that for the Vikings.
All right,
Surveyor. I want that question for the Vikings.
Well, you get a week to prepare though. If it's going to be next week,
well,
so.
give it Make
Give
it
it
a
a
few
little
weeks
bit.
from now, and then I'll forget about it.
Okay. Just a random question. Since 2000, Vikings have not had the number 1 overall pick.
No, the closest they've been.
Was it Adrian?
No, it would have been 2012. Matt Khalil,
Yep.
which was because they had the 3rd pick,
Yep.
but they traded down to the 4th pick. So I think the Browns moved up.
Trent Richardson.
Was that Trent Richardson?
I think it was
Okay.
Trent Richardson.
But yeah, they traded down the 1 spot and they drafted Matt Khalil.
Because that was Trent Richardson. Was that it had to have been? 'Cause I think the Browns drafted Trent Richardson.
They did. Yeah,
I know they did, but
yeah,
I'm saying
yeah,
that year. But
yeah.
now I got to look it up. Because who were the first 2 picks of that year?
Andrew Luck. And
Oh, duh. Now I know. It was Trent Richardson was 3rd, Matt Khalil was 4th, Robert Griffin the 3rd.
yeah, right, yeah.
That's when Washington just.
That was 2011, not 20. I think I said 2012. No, that was
It
2011.
says 2012 drafted players. 2012 the NFL draft. 2011 was
Okay.
Cam Newton.
Okay. No, my brain's just messed up
Yeah.
then because I was thinking that the year before the game Adrian Peterson got hurt, I was thinking Robert Griffin played that game, but he must not have. For some reason, it was in my head that he did, but he didn't because obviously he wasn't with Washington yet.
I'm not going to tell you your 2011 pick and give it away, but.
No, you don't have to tell me that one. I don't need to know that. I don't know who it is.
The funny part is, I remember then watching this draft too. I know where I was at. I was actually coming back. I was working at the Y, and it was always this week. The first couple of years when I worked at the YMCA, we always had a meeting up in Boulder Junction of the Thursday of the draft.
That's stupid.
Yeah. And I remember, so it was, first time I went up there was 2010, and it was the Brian Bulaga draft. So we were at a bar, and I was watching, I'm like, oh, because I wanted Eric Berry or J.J. Watt, and I got Brian Bulaga. And then I remember we stopped at, and we had to stay the night that night. But then the next year, we're like, hey, can we just drive down back to home? And I remember we stopped at B-Dubs for a little din-din, and that draft was on the TV. And then I remember listening on the radio of who Green Bay drafted for the final pick that year. So, yeah. But I remember stupid stuff. All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the 3rd hour coming up after these quick words. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. So coming up next hour, we'll get back to some more Brewers talk and some hoops talk. Although I am pumped for our podcast coming up after 10 o'clock, man. You have no idea. I can't wait. And I hope everybody will listen to it. The Man Cave podcast.
We're talking Bigfoot.
And I blame you. Because you sparked it.
I did.
You sparked it. And I don't know if you're a believer or not. And don't tell me until we get to the pot. You already know my feelings on it.
I do.
So, did I show you what I recently, a few weeks ago, added to the Man Cave?
No.
Let me see if I can pop
Is
it
it
up.
a Bigfoot?
Kinda. We were just talking about our mutual friend Josh, and he just, I think it was last week, purchased the same thing because he wants to be a copycat. He wants to be just like me. So, let me see if I can bring it up here really quick. It adds a little sophistication to the Man Cave, I think. In my opinion, it does at least. So, come on. Where are you?
Whoa!
What?
Just giving you crap because it's taking you forever to show me this thing.
I thought I had it in a certain area, but apparently I don't. So now I got to scroll through my phone all over the place. And, I don't appreciate the sarcasm.
Whoa! Wahoo!
You, sir. Wow, apparently I took a lot of random pictures, and I can't get to it as quick as
You just got a phone full of selfies?
Yeah. Because I just, want to... Here we go. Yeah. It's a Bigfoot in a suit.
Yeah, it's a portrait of a Bigfoot in a suit.
Yeah. It's in the sophisticated corner of the Man Cave.
It's classy.
So, yeah. Stay classy, sassy.
You have a sophistication corner?
It's where the library is. The bookshelf.
The classy corner.
The classy corner, yeah. It's where the books is, like the mini library and stuff, yeah. Call him Walter.
Walter Foot?
Ooh.
His nickname is Big?
Yeah. Yep. So, that'll be up on the Man Cave podcast coming up a little bit later on. So, but yeah, we just got a minute left here, so we're going to talk some Brewers coming up next. I'll go through some NFL free agency probably to kick off the next hour because I want to get your thoughts on some stuff and some moves that have been made, and we'll get back to some more college hoops talk too because the madness is here.
Big 3 days here.
It is, and we got some really good games coming up today. It's a nice primer to next week, so we'll hit that up. Lots to get to here in the final hour. Give us your thoughts, too, your texts, your comments. You can join in on the Section 105 chat that's rolling right now on the video stream, or hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Can you believe we're less than 2 weeks from opening day, though?
No, but also in some ways, yes, because it does, we've reached the point of spring training where it kind of drags a little bit.
Yeah. I got to do something next Thursday. Not next Thursday, the following Thursday. Might bring the grill that we took for the draft.
Oh.
And do a little something. Depends on the weather.
Yeah.
If it's like 10 degrees and snowing, no thank you.
Then you definitely need to.
Yeah. So.
Hey, if people in Milwaukee will be doing it, you need to do it here.
It's probably going to be warmer in Milwaukee. Those Southerners. So, all right. 3 in, 1 more to go. We got some news updates, and we'll be right back to wrap up this Friday program, the final hour, coming up in just a couple minutes. All right, it is the final hour on this Friday the 13th morning. Appreciate you hanging out with us all morning long. We're going to talk some baseball coming up here in a little bit. We got some hoops chat with college basketball conference tournaments wrapping up here today in the next couple days and such till we get to Selection Sunday. Don't forget, you can pre-register for our bracket challenge right now by heading on over to sportstalk1051.com. Just click on that Fan Cave tab and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see it right there. So before we get to that, though, a little NFL free agency, the legal we need to come up with a better name than all
legal
this.
tampering?
I'm kind of getting tired of that now. It's not as fun. It's worn out sort of thing. But what was, in your opinion, if you can kind of think of it off the top of your head, okay? Close your eyes. Imagine this week, Brandon. Flashback to Monday. The biggest signing that made you go, oh, okay. Wow. That's something. Interesting. Why?
I think the one that sticks out to me is Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And I think it was what, 27 mil. That was
like a 3-year deal.
It was a 3-year,
too.
like 20. And obviously football contracts are always a little different, where the money you hear isn't necessarily the money that's coming. But that's obviously a significant investment. I understand. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, that's much more than a center's ever been paid.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand it from the context of, look, you're bringing in a young quarterback. Like, what's a great way to help a young quarterback? You give him a veteran center that can kind of make all the checks and do everything at the line of scrimmage. And as you're rebuilding an offensive line, though, let's face it, was not any good.
Right.
So I think just the fact that they went as high as they did. I mean, obviously they had the money to spend. So if you've got $80-90 million of cap room, what's an extra million or two to make sure you get your guy?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But something else I've also been curious on, and this is obviously going to tie into Minnesota, is the cost of edge rushers. I mean, you look at some and free agency, you're always going to see guys overpaid, especially when they're getting signed, day one, day two. But like seeing some of the rushers that are out there, like getting, Jalen Phillips is a good player, but getting $120 million,
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing some other guys getting $15-20 million a year, like I understand why Jonathan Grenard wants a pay raise, because I think he's better than a lot of those guys, and he's making around like $18-19 million now. So, and obviously that's going to be very interesting. Where is that something that Minnesota explores a little more, because just the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Tyler one was definitely, Jalen Phillips one was like, I guess Carolina for me, with Lloyd and Phillips, just giving that defense a little bit more help there too. Not surprised that the Colts signed Alec Pearson and then they traded Pittman to the Steelers. I kind of like some of the subtle moves that the Steelers are making, to be honest with you, like Rico going over there and Pittman and
Bolster the
such.
secondary a little bit. I think they got was it Jamel Dean?
Then they got a safety though too.
Right.
Oh, Brisker.
Yeah.
Jaquan Brisker too.
Nothing too big swingy.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I would agree.
I'm just trying to think like some of the other. I mean, the Malik one, we knew Miami was thick. I think maybe a little bit of surprise it wasn't as much per year. I think some people were kind of speculating when it came to Malik Willis and such. But Romeo to me was 4 years, 70. I was like, ooh.
Well, I mean, depends on which insider, because everyone seemed to have slightly different numbers with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Which usually doesn't happen too much. But
especially when it's the agents coming and giving you the info, right?
But hey, good on him. That's a good payday.
Yeah, it's going to a team that was just set in the Super Bowl too. Right. So I mean, I'm curious with his personality with Vrabel though.
Yeah, I mean, I laugh because I'd seen it before in previous years, but then I saw it again Monday, where someone had put together a flow chart, the free agency flow chart, where it's like, where it's essentially like, did your player or did your team sign a free agent? It's like, if you go to yes, and then like the next line is like, oh, it's like, great contract. Did your player sign this free agent? No. Then the next line under it was too much money. Which basically, if your team signed somebody, no, that was a good deal. If your team didn't sign that person, you got paid too much. Like, and in many cases that's true, but that's the cost of trying to retool in free agency. I mean, we've kind of seen both ends of the spectrum of it, even just last year. Obviously, the Patriots threw a bunch of money out there. It worked. Minnesota, Washington threw a bunch of money out there. It didn't.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. So I know you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but you do like the Kyler Murray signing for your ball club. Aaron Jones is back in Minnesota, too, under a pay cut deal as well. I mean, Hargrave comes over to Green Bay from Minnesota and such. So, but, other than that, I mean, and this is not a knock, but it's like you kind of were tight with salary cap stuff.
Yeah.
So
this was expected. I mean, look, last year they spent a bunch of money, and, I don't, ultimately, it didn't work out. Just big picture-wise, obviously, it didn't work out. They were 9-8. They missed playoffs. Now, I think some of those things probably got exacerbated just because the quarterback play was so bad. If the quarterback plays a little bit better, then maybe people aren't kind of nitpicking so much at, Hargrave or Jonathan Allen or whoever. But, yeah, I mean, I think being quiet was a little bit more expected. Now I think especially that they got the quarterback thing figured out, I could see them maybe, picking off a couple spots because there's definitely holes. I mean, they got some room that they need to maneuver as far as the defensive tackle group goes. They've got some younger players they really like. Jalen Redmond had a great year last year. Levi Drake Rodriguez, Tyrone Ingram, Dawkins, all younger guys that have kind of flashed at times. But you want to get some veteran experience in that room too. So I could see throwing a couple $1 million at some veteran run stuffer just to get a veteran in the room. That's something I could see.
don't get DJ Reader. I want that guy though.
I'd be okay. I'd be okay with that.
But I'd like him in green and gold. Just
I think be in purple gold.
Green and gold. Rock, paper, scissors over it.
DJ Reader's agent, if you're listening, you negotiate the money. That's fine.
Yep.
Just try to be nice. Keep it reasonable. But
we got more money, so if you need to,
so where your client plays next year will be decided in a rock, paper, scissors game on this program.
It's perfect. We're looking at the geography of us right now. So, but yeah, I think you look at some of that stuff. Obviously, the Max Crosby thing I think is the biggest story so far of free agency and that. And I don't think he gets dealt unless somebody's desperate and comes in. But it's, I mean, really, when you look at it now too, he's actually going to a better Raiders team.
Yeah, a little bit easier to probably stomach going back there.
Because of some of the, I mean, you look at the Kobe Dean and Quay Walker, a couple Georgia linebackers coming over. So
those guys are very athletic. I mean, obviously Walker kind of had his trouble in coverage.
Yep.
But that's the potential to be like a really fast, aggressive defense.
Yeah. And then obviously, you look at the center, Tyler, we mentioned, Ashton Genty, I think is still, there's something there with him. Yeah. Hey, if they get Kirk Cousins, though, you're at least a little respectable.
I think you're you've got Blake Bowers. They signed Jalen Naylor, who I think was better than his number showed in Minnesota, just because obviously last year the quarterback play was so bad. Like, it might be 6-11, 7-10, but like that could be a team that makes some pretty nice gains.
Yeah. So I think right now maybe one of this, you look at the best available from a Green Bay perspective, it was Rasheed Walker still out there, which I think obviously then the market isn't what people thought or what maybe his side thought, in terms of money for a left tackle. I think Greg Rosenthal's write-up was, he's maybe he listed him as a 19th best available free agent in his original one, and now it's the top available. He's at best he's probably an average starting tackle, but average you pay a pretty penny for.
Oh yeah. There's lots of teams out there that could use average.
And I think he's going to sign soon. He's probably going to get a nice payday, but maybe not as high as what was originally thought of out there too. So, but I think now outside of him, this is the time now where you're going to see a lot of 1 or 2 year deals for these guys.
Yes.
And we've seen quite a bit of them already, but I think, because you look at the list, it's the Calais Campbells, it's the DJ Readers. Those are 1 or 2 year type of deals for those guys. Right. So, all right, let's take a quick break. And then I want to get back to some Brewers and Hoops chats as we get into this final hour for this Friday morning. So we'll be right back after these quick words. Quick text from Aaron. He wants to know what's going on with your team, Brandon. He says, I'd like to know his take on what exactly the Vikings are doing over there with no trade clause. What is the Vikings' future with the quarterback look like? I'm more confused than anything, and then not to pay in free agency. So I guess okay, I'll let you answer. It's your team. No trade clause for Kyler Murray?
Well, I mean, I don't think
it's only a one-year deal.
Right.
So.
I think the big thing there was a no franchise tag clause. So if he had a great year next year, they couldn't tag him. Like, they would either have to agree to a contract with him or he would be a free agent.
Yeah.
Like, that was kind of the big thing out of that.
And that's more benefit for him.
Right. No,
yeah.
and I'm sure that was something he asked for. I mean, it's not like they were going to willingly give that to him just unprompted. But, look, I think after last year, let's be honest, J.J. McCarthy was not ready. That's on the organization for putting him in that spot. For whatever reason, they overestimated his readiness. If this team was a team that was a young team that had went 5-12 last year, you're probably not making this move because you could just, if you were in the Titan spot, no, you just run it back with him another year and you see. But this is a roster that even, with a couple departures, like outside of the quarterback, still, and obviously it's a little bit different now, but still has a pretty solid roster, like a roster that can compete. I mean, look, they finished with a winning record despite getting some of the worst quarterback production in the league.
Right.
Be it McCarthy, be it Carson Wentz, be it Max Brosmer. They wanted to raise the floor. And the combination of getting a quarterback like Kyler Murray, who, again, is not I'm not going to say he's an all-pro quarterback, but he's had several successful years in the league. That raises the floor. And you get him on a minimum contract because he still has offsetting language from the Cardinals. That's an opportunity that doesn't come along very often. And I don't think it's a bad thing to let J.J. McCarthy just take a step back.
Right.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind it if they brought back Carson Wentz and had him be the number 2 quarterback. Just give J.J. McCarthy as much of a redshirt year as he could get. But he's never gotten. Remember, as a freshman.
Kind of, yeah.
His first year, he had the meniscus injury and he missed the season, which meant he wasn't practicing. Then last year, it was such a start and stop kind of hokey pokey thing because of injuries. I mean that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But I would like to see what he could do with a year of just working behind the scenes, playing a ton in preseason, and just almost having a chance to take a breath because you can do that. And suppose Kyler Murray doesn't stay and he leaves. Next year he comes back, J.J. McCarthy's 24. That's the same age that Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix all were when they entered the league as rookies a couple years ago.
Right.
So, look, it's not ideal because you've pretty much squandered the rookie contract. That's not ideal. But ultimately, if you get him in a position where you feel like you can succeed with him, that's what matters most.
Right.
The contract stuff and everything else, well, you kind of just cross that bridge when you get there.
Somebody in the Section 105, and you've talked about this before, but maybe revisit it. They're just kind of curious, why are you, how did you become a Vikings fan? Your dad's a Vikings fan.
My dad. It's my dad. Yeah, it's 100% my dad. I mean, anyone that listens to the show knows my mom is a Packers fan.
Yep.
My dad's a Vikings fan. And,
So you split the difference. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But it's funny because, my dad, everything else is, Wisconsin. He's a big Brewer. I mean, he's a giant Brewers fan, big Brewers fan, likes Badgers, all that, Bucks, all that stuff. But, against my better judgment, I guess in my younger days, I listened to my dad more than my mom, and that I just had that influence of being a Vikings fan. So that's why that's 100% it. Just dad's a Vikings fan, and he's been a Vikings fan since the 70s or whatever, and
that's as simple as that. So there you go. All right, let's talk some baseball since you mentioned Brewers right there.
Yes.
We are less than 2 weeks away from spring training. Brandon, let me ask you this question: now that we are less than 2 weeks away, what is the biggest question mark with this team as we approach the regular season? Was there, or maybe what was it? Was there a question that you had at the beginning of the season, at the beginning of spring training, that you feel like has been answered?
I'm sure about that time because I think that was right about the time Luis Rengifo signed, so it probably was what does third base look like, and I feel like that's probably been answered between Rengifo and David Hamilton. That's going to be who gets the first cracks at it there, and that's fine. Right now it's probably how does the starting rotation look at the start of the year? Because we know it'll change. But how does it look from the get-go when we know Quinn Priester is not going to be in there to start? Brandon Woodruff's ramping up. So we'll, and I believe right now, kind of if you do the math ahead, he could be in line to start opening day. We'll see. I mean, he pitched last Saturday, and it was, I would say it was, good. Made it through, felt good, struck some guys out, that kind of thing. But yeah, I would just say the rotation and how that looks, because position player wise, I don't think, we've said there's not a lot that you can get as far as open spots, even in the bullpen. I mean, how that rotation looks is going to dictate who's in the bullpen. If Aaron Ashby's a starter, well, then he's not in the bullpen. If Kyle Harris, if Brandon Sproat is not in the rotation, maybe he is in the bullpen to start, or maybe they stretch him out at AAA. But I just think that bullpen is such a big domino for that entire pitching staff to start the year.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Do you feel like if there was a debate amongst maybe for the final position player spot, is it between Lockridge and Perkins? I mean, because I can't imagine them not bringing Hamilton on and not having like a primary backup infielder that can play multiple spots.
Right. He's played at third base, and he's a good defender at short and second. So, I mean, he'll probably be fine there. But yeah, I think,
it feels like Jet Williams is going to be in AAA to
I think
start
so, and I think that's the right move. You don't have to, if there's not a pathway for him to play, consistently, then just play him in AAA to start the year, and then, maybe he can force their hand in a month or two. But David Hamilton's a guy that's played in the majors. Like, he's a good defender. He's fast, and he's the quantum leap candidate from Pat Murphy. So we'll see. I mean, obviously he was right about that with Bryce Terang, but yeah, I think it's probably that outfield spot. I still think you probably give the edge to Blake Perkins, but you never know.
Yeah.
They both can be options, so it's a possibility.
Right. Yeah. So it's just, I think it kind of hard sometimes to gauge spring training and such. I know.
Well, especially right now with some guys being gone for the WBC.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. But I was reading a little bit from Jeff Passan. He has like some predictions and thoughts. It's a good primer to the rest, or to the upcoming season, and has something a little bit for every team here. And I kind of wanted to bring up the Brewers side of things here from Passan's piece, and it's something we've kind of hinted at in some of our predictions and such. But he says it wouldn't surprise me if Bryce Terang goes 30 for 30, 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases. He also says this is a stretch. There's no denying Terang is a great player. His defense at second base is excellent, even if the publicly available models flip-flop on it year over year. He has real pop. He has wheels. He can really play. But 30 home runs after he hit a career best 18 last year, which exceeded his previous career by 11, more than anything, it's bet on a player who has done nothing but get better. In his rookie season, Terang's average exit velocity was 85.5 miles per hour. The year after, 87. And last season, 91.1. Any higher, and it starts to get into the domain of truly elite hitters. Maybe that's where Terang belongs.
I would be a little surprised at 30.
Yeah. 30 home runs.
30 home runs. Sorry, yeah. I think we had an Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle a few weeks ago, kind of talking about the possibilities. I thought the most likely one was like Jackson Churio.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the power is starting to come in, and look, I mean small sample size obviously, but Terang has looked good in the WBC too.
Mm-hmm.
So could he get that up to 25 home runs? Good. Like,
I would be fine. I know everybody's like, do they have that one power hitter? But honestly, I would be fine if you had a combination of Terang, Yelich, Contreras, and Vaughn, if they had like 25-ish each, you know what I mean? Like, You're not going to have the guy that's going to get you 40. But if you get a few guys that could get you 25 or more, is that acceptable?
I think so. I mean, obviously.
And maybe even Garrett Mitchell if he stays healthy.
Hold on, let's
take it one step at a time.
Right. Let's just let him play some games and see what happens. Like, let him get 400 or 500 at bats at the big league level, and just see how that looks. But yeah,
hell, even Joey Ortiz has been playing well in the WBC too.
Yeah, outside of a tough mistake in the last game, but no, I mean
there was a sweet defensive play he had early on in there.
And that that's the thing with Ortiz, like, and I hate to say this because you never want to tempt fate, but it's like I don't really think he could honestly be as bad as he was last year offensively. And then you look at 2 years ago, how good, I mean, he was above average offensive player, which
He was hitting in the 3 spot at times.
yeah. I mean, if you get him to even league average offense, just a guy that, takes some walks, hits 260, 270, and, maybe mixes in like 10 home runs. Like, that is incredibly valuable when you factor in the defense. Like,
Yeah.
the floor for being a very productive, valuable player in baseball is so much higher when you're a great defender. I mean, we've kind of seen it with Bryce Terang, where even when he was struggling early on, it's like, well, you kind of want to keep him out there because his defense is so good. And then eventually he gets better and better.
Yeah.
Like, Ortiz I don't think he was in that same category as a prospect as Terang, but like, you've also seen it happen before. And that's kind of what, makes you optimistic, is like, look, if you just do what you did before, 2 years ago, and you're playing shortstop, man, that's a valuable player.
Yeah.
But, that's baseball. Like, if everyone just did what they did at a previous time, it would be a heck of a lot easier.
Yep, exactly. A couple more nuggets from passing here. Why the season hinges on Jacob Misiorowski. If everything goes right, Misiorowski is one of the few pitchers who can say he has the ability to be as good as Skubal and Skeens. For all of the hype that accompanied Misiorowski's debut and first 3 starts, remember the All-Star game kerfuckle? His first big league season was hit or miss. He finished with a 4.36 ERA. He walked too many. He didn't get enough fly balls, but this is all nitpicking. Nobody in baseball has Misiorowski's arm talent. Once he really learns to harness it, maybe this year, maybe next year, maybe never, the true Misiorowski experience will reveal itself. And after trading Freddie Peralta and wondering how long Brandon Woodruff can hold up, the Brewers hope it's sooner rather than later.
Fair. Yeah, that's all fair. And, he finished very, very well in the postseason. I mean, that was the thing I think that gets you excited, is he was doing that in the postseason against, the Cubs and the Dodgers, 2 very good teams. And you see that and say, wow, like that's high level.
And then the last note he puts on there, how to win your fantasy league. No team takes talented pitchers and molds them into the best version of themselves as well as the Brewers. And Kyle Harrison has bounce-back potential worthy of your fantasy attention. San Francisco couldn't do it. Boston tried. Now, as the main return in the Caleb Durbin trade, the left-handed Harrison, once a top 20 prospect, has an inside track on a rotation spot in Milwaukee. The Brewers hope the pixie dust they sprinkled on Quinn Priester last year has the same effect on Harrison, who isn't on most fantasy draft boards. So, a little fantasy advice from Jeff Passan. So, which is kind of interesting too, because Quinn Priester came over from Boston. Harrison originally from Boston.
I mean, if Kyle Harrison turns into a legitimate difference maker as a starter, you gotta wonder if Boston's gonna want to trade with the Brewers.
Right?
At least give it a couple years.
Right? Exactly, because that's 2 younger starting arms.
And 2 guys with pedigrees that it's not like they just plucked them off the scrap heap. These were 2 guys that had prospect pedigrees.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a quick break, and then coming up, we'll talk some more basketball. Let's talk some more college hoops as Badgers get set to take on Illinois 2-a-day in the Big Ten Conference Tournament. Quick break, and we'll be right back after these few words. Badgers going to be back in action. They say 1:30, but it'll be 25 minutes after the game approximately 25 minutes after the conclusion of Michigan versus Ohio State. So kind of around 1:30 if you want to play in your day. But it should be a really good slate. I mean, Michigan and Ohio State, Wisconsin versus Illinois. You've got Nebraska versus Purdue, which should be a fun one, and then Michigan State versus UCLA as the nightcap. So this is where the rubber meets the road, man. Right? This is a nice primer for what's to come for next week. So looking at, I like the continued updates from Joe Lenardi and Brackatelli. He actually did have, without even playing, Illinois dropping down to a 3. So Iowa State moving up to a 2, which is notable because in a lot of the bracketology earlier in the week was Wisconsin versus Iowa State.
Yeah, they were the 3 and the 6 in the same pod.
Right. So, but you look at some of these games, there's going to be a lot of flip-flopping, I think, after today with some of the bracketology.
Yeah, this will be a big movement.
Yep. As in the, we like to say in the golfing world. By the way, apparently I'm supposed to retell my hole-in-one story. I don't know why.
You got a hole-in-one?
Shut up. I don't know what there is to tell. Hole 3 at T-High, $150, 9-iron, elevated green. I didn't see it, and it was during a tournament, and the group in front on hole 4 yelled hole-in-one. So,
did you win the tournament?
Shut up. Why do you got to do that?
Because I will never get a hole-in-one.
I have won a tournament at the JV level,
but those things they didn't both happen the same day. You had a hole-in-one and you've won a tournament, but
at the same course my senior year, but didn't get a medal. Coach, if you're still listening, never got a medal for that one.
You should get your own.
I should. I don't know what else to say after that, but it is. I still think we should do the show from hole 3 at T-High one of these days.
I am 100% in.
I think we need to do that. We definitely need to do it. And, I mean, Mikey's the manager over there now, so we kind of have an in. So I think he said whenever, but just got to actually do it.
Yeah.
But I would like to do a show from last week, I don't know if I told you this, I think it was last week. Somebody from Medford sent them a text. They were listening.
You did, yeah. You mentioned.
Did I? Okay,
yeah,
I did. Yeah. That's cool. We at least got one listener in Medford.
Hello, Medford.
Hello, Medford. Hello, friends in Medford. How are you?
Medford's our friends.
Medford is I haven't been there in a while. I will be next month. Basketball.
Ooh. The old stomping grounds?
Yep. So, anyways, back to basketball. You're looking at some games. I mean, Kentucky, Florida. Florida is a heavy favorite in this one, and never know, right? That Tennessee and Vanderbilt one would be an interesting one if Wisconsin does win today, because bracketology has Tennessee and Vanderbilt both as a 5 seed if we look at Joel and Artie. So if Wisconsin does beat Illinois, maybe they vault over one of those teams. Tennessee's ranked 25, Vanderbilt's ranked 23. So maybe there is that chance there. St. John's is ranked 13th, but they are a 5 seed. They're going up against Seton Hall. Obviously, Iowa State, Arizona is a big game today, too. I mean, Iowa State just moved up, but they can maybe move back down.
All right.
Especially if Illinois wins and Iowa State loses, maybe that flip-flops back. But if Iowa State beats Arizona, does that take Arizona out of a 1 and maybe puts UConn potentially back into a 1? So you got that movement. Heck of an opportunity for Miami going up against Virginia. Virginia's ranked 10th, and so I think a very quiet Virginia team.
Right.
You don't hear a whole lot about. And then Alabama. Alabama, I think, is another quiet. Alabama's been consistent, but you don't really hear a whole lot about it this year. And
basketball school now.
Right? So, Kansas versus Houston.
Fun one. That's
another great one on the docket here, too. So, there's some really, really, really good games, even outside the Big Ten, on the plate for today. So, but yeah, you're right. There's going to be a potential for some movement for a lot of this bracketology stuff out there. I think, floor, obviously now Wisconsin at worst will be a 6.
Yeah, clearing the game last night, barely. I don't think you drop.
No. And I think, would you say the ceiling is a 4? Do you
Yeah,
think
I mean,
can
if they ran the gauntlet, I think you could make that case.
Mm-hmm. You have to, especially if if it goes chalk in the other ways, like they would play Michigan tomorrow, and then Michigan State or Nebraska, either or. You beat those teams. How do you not move up 2 spots?
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of late resume building.
Mm-hmm. Even with, because I think you buy that the seeds are already, the bracket's done before the Big Ten championship game.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think you can move up or down too much. Yeah.
Even if Wisconsin, let's say they play Nebraska, let's say they play Nebraska in the Big Ten championship and they win. If they're at a 5 but they have that win, do they not move up?
They should.
They should.
But
Prediction, where do you think they ultimately end up on Sunday?
I'll say 6.
6?
I'm gonna say 6.
I'll say a 6, and I'm okay with that. Although I don't like who they would play in Lenardi's first one, although some of our listeners in Ohio call him overrated. Miami of Ohio. We actually do have a listener in Ohio right now in our section 105. And yes, he did say yesterday before that they were a little over, posers, if you will. And, well, they lost their first game. So that would be quite the matchup. Wisconsin taking on Miami of Ohio.
I like the idea of because first of all, even if they are not as good as their record says, obviously, like they should still be in. Like you can't be a 1-loss team and not make the tourney.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the idea that was pitched to people that Miami versus Auburn should be a first 4 game.
Yeah, right. That would be awesome. So, what else are you anything else with some of these games? Do you think our 4 1 seeds are set in stone? Do you think there's, Duke maybe if there was of the teams that you think could be a 1 seed or are currently a 1 seed, who's maybe the biggest lock in that spot?
Probably Duke.
Yeah,
probably Duke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they would have to really flame out like today and have like the best case scenario of all the other ones or potential ones just going.
What about Michigan?
I mean, they're on pretty solid ground.
I'm wondering how much, with the injury to their starting point guard for Duke, does that factor into some of this? Let's say they have an early exit. And does that factor in with the committee that, okay, they don't have their point guard, or are they deep enough and it's still Duke?
I think if it was someone else, that might be an issue. But with it being Duke, I think they would get the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I could see that too. So, but regardless, it should be fun. Because then on Saturday, I mean, still quite the, a lot of it's TBD on what the matchups are going to be and such. And then, on Sunday, we've just got a few games. And the last one is, of course, the Big Ten championship game that is scheduled on Sunday at 2:30. And then after that will be Selection Sunday time. So, and Ernie Johnson's not going to be doing the first wave of games either. He does a lot, though. So
he does. I mean, obviously, Ernie, we lost Mr. Gumble last year, so it's
right.
A bit of a changing of the guard.
Yep. But he's still one of the best. So.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's take our final break, and we'll start to wrap up things. We got some picks. We'll make a lot of college basketball picks coming up after these quick words. Time to wrap up this this craziness on this Friday morning. Let's do some picks. Notice we didn't even mention the Bucks lost again last night, so there you go. First
At least
time.
they didn't give up 83 points to a player.
That's true. That's true. I noticed you didn't pick him as your cream of the crop.
No, but here's the thing. Like, I wasn't like,
You're not up in arms like a lot of people are.
no. Like, my thing was like, you're having an argument over who scored the second most points all time.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want about
The
the
way that it happened.
Say and I get that, but like,
Mm-hmm.
I just maybe too. It's just like I just with it being the NBA too. Like, look, I love really like the Bucks and stuff, but like just in general, the NBA is not something I'm following as closely as I will like baseball or NFL or something.
Well, and to me, this isn't like the home run thing with Barry Bonds and that, where people are debating, well, who's the real home run king in that. Like, we're talking about the second place most points, and it wasn't illegal.
Right.
Or allegedly illegal, or what I'm trying to.
It might have been unethical.
Right.
There
So
might have
keep
been
'em in there.
gamesmanship.
Gamesmanship, I think, is the best way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's going to be a good trivia question down the
Sure
line
will.
for like.
I do think like because Bam Adebayo is a good player,
Mhm.
but like it is funny.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer probably, because he's all stars and all that
trending
stuff.
in the right. Yeah, but like it's just funny because like it's Will Chamberlain and Kobe Bryant. It's like but you got to throw Bam in there now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, all right, but yeah, the Bucks did lose again last night. So,
Yeah, at this point, just keep losing.
at this point, we're going to start talking about, and I mean, as in everybody in the general public, is this going to be the last time we see Giannis in this, Bucks jersey and stuff? So get ready. All right, let's do some basketball picks, shall we? And NCAA picks for today. March Madness picks for today.
It's not March Madness.
It's March and it's madness, so I'm calling it the madness of March. Don't, okay? Just don't. This is what I want to do. So let me bring it up here for Friday. Ohio State, Michigan.
I'm going to go Michigan, but I think Ohio State makes it close.
So you think Ohio State covers the 12.5-point favorite for Michigan?
Yes.
I'll go Michigan, and I'm going to say Michigan covers.
Ooh.
So let's do Kentucky, Florida. Florida, 11.5-point favorite.
Florida.
I'll go Florida, and I think they cover.
Yeah.
Let's go with Tennessee, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt favored by 1.5.
I'm going to go Vanderbilt, and they cover.
I'll go Vanderbilt, and they cover too. So Seton Hall at St. John's. St. John's is an 8.5-point favorite.
I'm going to go Seton Hall.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with the Hall.
Ooh. I'm going to go Rick Pitino and St. John's, but they don't cover.
Whoa.
Purdue, Nebraska. Purdue is favored by 3.5.
I'm going to go Nebraska. Purdue is not playing well.
No, they're not.
Give me Nebraska ball.
Yep, I'm going to go Nebraska too. So Iowa State, Arizona. Arizona is favored by 3.5.
I'll go Arizona.
I'm going to go Arizona too, and I think they cover. Miami, Virginia. Virginia's 3.5.
I'll go Miami.
I'm going to go Miami too, you copycatter.
I picked it first.
But I thought it first.
You don't know that. I thought about it before you were even born.
Let's do Ole Miss, Alabama. Alabama's favored by 11.5.
Alabama.
Isn't AJ Storr still playing for Ole Miss?
Is he?
I think he is. So
AJ Storr's old guy now.
yeah, I'm going to go Alabama. Let's do Georgetown, UConn. UConn favored by 15.5. I think they cover.
I think they do too.
Let's go UCLA, Michigan State. Michigan State is favored by 5.5.
I'll go Michigan State.
Michigan State, and they cover. Clemson, Duke. Duke is favored by 10.5.
Duke.
Kansas, Houston. Houston favored by 5.5.
Houston wins, but they don't cover.
I think Houston wins, and they do cover. Oklahoma at Arkansas. Arkansas is 7.5.
Arkansas.
I'm going to go Arkansas too. And then Wisconsin versus Illinois. The line for that one, where did it just go, is Illinois 9.5.
Ooh. I'm going to take Illinois, but they don't cover.
I'm the same. So let's do the rest of the Big Ten Conference tournament for picks. You ready for this?
Based on our picks, yeah.
Yep. So we would have both Michigan versus Illinois.
I'm going to go Michigan.
We'll go Michigan too. And then we both would have Nebraska versus Michigan State.
Right. I'm going to go Michigan State.
I'm going to go Nebraska.
Okay.
So then we would have, I have Michigan, Nebraska. You have Michigan versus Michigan State in the Big Ten championship game.
And I'm going to go Michigan State.
All right.
They were pretty competitive with Michigan both times. I'm going to say that they win it.
I am going to go Michigan. I'm going to go Michigan to win it over Nebraska.
You homer.
Sure. Sure. So, yep. Those are our picks.
All right.
Those are our picks. So, all right. There you have it.
There they are.
I'm excited for next week. Don't forget, sign up for the bracket challenge, peeps.
All right, for the bracket challenge. Hang
Did
out
you
with us.
sign up yet?
I'm not, but I will.
Okay. Yeah, and then a week from today, we'll be at the VFW Post 305.
Yeah.
So there you have it. But all right.
Hot Wing Challenge. C-Bomb versus Surveyor.
They're retired. They're wimps. They are wimps. I don't even. C-Bomb says he's got to see his work schedule. So whatever. Weak.
We'll leave a stall open for you.
A what?
A stall.
Oh, I thought you said something else. I thought you said Stella, like a Stella Artois.
Yeah.
I like a good Stella
I do
Artois
too,
once in a
yeah,
while.
yeah.
You know what? I'm kind of craving a Stella
Yeah.
Artois right
In the
now.
glass?
I like the paper on the bottle and just kind of ripping the
Okay.
top off and
All
all that. Yeah, I'm kind of.
You
Every
feel like
time I
drinking
kind of
fancy?
forget about a Stella Artois, and I'm like, you know what? That
Drinking
kind of
fancy?
sounds good. Yeah. Pour in the glass, get the little butter knife off, and
Yeah,
scrape
yeah.
the top.
Got
Come
the
on
special
now.
glass. You have to drink it out of the special
I
glass.
got some.
So do I.
Yeah. Did I give you them?
No.
I think I'm.
No.
Did I not?
No, I'm
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I got a couple in my office, I think. So, scrape the top off. I could go for one right now. That's
A
the beer like
9:55 a.m. Stella. Ooh.
it's up at 3. It's midday for my schedule. So,
You're ready for a good old fashioned happy hour.
I should have brought in some Stella for our podcast that we're going to be doing right here coming up in a few minutes, which I am stoked about because this better live up to the expectations I have in my head, and I'm putting all the pressure
On me.
in the world on you.
We're talking Bigfoot.
Yep. Because I don't know your side of this thing, and you were the one who did this.
I reached out to you because there was some hubbub in Ohio
Ohio.
about people
Grassman country.
seeing Bigfoot.
Yep. Speaking of which, I don't know if our Ohio person's still listening.
Yeah, have you seen Bigfoot?
Have you seen Bigfoot? The real one, not the fake one.
He'll know if it's the fake one.
Yeah. Come on. I gotta know this. So, the Miz are their wrestling fans here. So I know some people don't like that as
That's
Mizorowski's
apparently very divisive.
It is. I don't like it when I didn't. It doesn't matter to me anymore. But I didn't like it when Aaron Rodgers would be called A-Rod because I thought that was too confusing with Alex Rodriguez.
Same here.
Then I started saying A-Raj, and that pissed off people. So I'm like, jeez. All right.
I think it's just my thing. Like I just always call people by their last name.
Yeah.
I just say it's Rodgers. It's Favre.
By the way, just got the email with 1 minute to go. It is up and live. You can now register for the Kasper Classic.
Ooh.
So it is now up at 715store.com.
I will send out the group text to my merry band of competitors today.
Friday, August 7th. First Friday. We always try to go first Friday in August now before high school football really kicks into gear and such. So
school and teachers and stuff are back at school. So
the 6th annual is up and ready to rock and roll.
looking forward to it.
7, you don't have to type out the name 715, just 715store.com. Start to register
made
right
easy
now.
for you.
Yep. So I was going to.
Like the area code.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. So, all right, don't forget, tune into that podcast, the Man Cave podcast. It's going to be coming up. We're going to record it right after
We
this.
are.
Right in. It'll be up video or audio version. So I am really expecting a lot from you.
Why?
I don't know.
You should know better
I
than
have this
that
in
by
my
now.
mind. So, all right. Have a good weekend. Be safe with the snow peeps.
Yep.
And if you're going to check out some local hoops, maybe double check
Double
times.
check times.
Yep. Have a good weekend. We'll chat with you Monday morning. See you then.